This is a hybrid meeting of the City Council. Members of the public can view this meeting live on Channel 8, the city's website, and YouTube. Live Spanish translation services are being provided for tonight's council meeting by telephone. Please dial 720-386-9023 and use code 104091 *.
Se ofrecen servicios de interpretación en español para esta reunión del Consejo Municipal por teléfono. Marque el número 720-386-9023 y utilice el código 104091 #.
Thank you, Mr. Gibson. City Clerk is the host of the Zoom meeting. Speakers will be able to unmute themselves when recognized. This time, I'll call the meeting to order and ask City Clerk to call the roll.
Mayor Huseman.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Alan Thomas.
Present.
Councilmember Madera.
Present.
Councilmember Davis.
Present.
Councilmember Noble.
Present.
Councilmember Hurst. Councilmember Grimes.
Present.
Councilmember Ford.
Present.
Councilmember Douglas.
Present.
Mayor Huseman, you have a quorum.
Thank you. At this time, I'm looking for a motion and a second to excuse the member not present. Councilmember Grimes.
So moved.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to excuse the member not present, who is actually walking in now.
Councilmember Hurst.
Present.
Mayor Huseman, you have a quorum.
Thank you. This time, I'd like to invite everybody present and remote to join me in a moment of silence in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Before we begin the meeting, does anybody on council have a motion they wish to make? Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to make a motion to amend the agenda to remove the legato filings, Resolution 2022-50 and 2022-51.
I have a motion to amend the agenda to remove the public hearing for legato filing number 1 and filing number 2. Is there a second? Councilmember Noble? I have a motion and a second to amend the agenda to remove those two items, which is legato filing number 1, number 2, subdivision public hearings. Is there any discussion?
Hello.
Go ahead.
Could we discuss the purpose, why this is occurring?
Because through looking through the material, staff failed to include all of the documents in the council packet, which is one of them is the letter from the Denver Airport, and it states that no additional comments outside of what was already submitted are needed, and we did not ever get the original comments. And then given the proximity of the development of the airport, I feel that I need time to review all of the airport's comments that were included. And I do not want to make a decision this evening without ample time to review everything and make sure the mayor and the city council did receive all the information.
Thank you.
Mr. Rogers, can you comment on the information that is not included in the packet?
Yes, Mayor. The point that was made by Mayor Pro Tem Council is in respect to a comment letter that was received from our referral agent on the application being flagged in with respect to the legato subdivisions filing 1 and filing 2. It is customary, or it has been practiced, let me say it that way, that in the review of these applications that have been called up, staff would provide what their interpretation was the relevant referral notice or comment letter that was received, demonstrating if there were still outstanding issues or not, for you all to be able to make an informed decision. In this case, the second referral comment letter, not the original, was provided in those materials. Understanding the issue and/or potentially the concern without understanding what the begin state versus the end state and how that was addressed, I can appreciate the Mayor Pro Tem's position. Now, there is no, and Matt will kick me underneath the table, there's no legal ramifications of not including it, but it's obviously one of a policy-based discussion on the inclusion of that materials. Now, at tonight's presentation, staff does have that comment letter available and ready to enter into the public record for consideration by the council if the council so chooses to still hear the matter. But that is it in a nutshell.
Can you tell me, were there objections raised in the initial comment letter, or was it in favor of the hearing or of the development?
I specifically can't speak to the original comment letter. I have asked for the staff or the project manager that would be presenting the case tonight to be able to speak on that matter to council, that would be able to allay those concerns or to be able to communicate if that is ongoing. I would say if we did have ongoing outstanding comments, it should be our practice to communicate that to the council, because we would not be transparent with respect to our referral agents' issues in the main.
Okay, thank you. Does anybody else have any discussion? Seeing none. I'm in support of the motion to move that to a later date so we have the opportunity to review all the information that should be included in the packet, and it's unfortunate that, again, we're in this situation. Seeing no other requests for discussion, we have a motion and a second to amend the agenda to remove both public hearings for Legato Development 1 and 2. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Motion will carry unanimously. That'll be scheduled for a future date. Yes, sir?
Sir, just for further clarification, you said to a future date. Is that at the city manager's discretion or at a time specific by the council?
I would say at the city manager's discretion. I think that if it can be on the June 20th agenda, that gets it back in as quickly as possible and gives us time to review it, hopefully, if it's included in the next packet.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Okay, are there any other motions? Councilmember Madera?
Yeah, I was gonna wait until the case came up, but sorry, let me get the correct number. Resolution 2022-54, annexation case AN 265-22, and zoning case Z-984-22. These don't include the public comment. I believe there was letters that were submitted by the public that were actually included in another case, but I'm not seeing them in this agenda, so I would like to make a motion to move this case to the soonest date at staff's discretion, including that in the packet.
All right, I have a motion to amend the agenda to remove Resolution 2022-54, Ordinance AN-265-22, Ordinance Z-984-22, Ordinance 2396. Is there a second? Mayor Pro Tem?
Second the motion.
I have a motion and a second for amending the agenda to remove those items. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Noble? Mr. Rogers, can you comment on, were there public comments that are not included in our packet?
I'll have the project manager, Ms. Anita Riley, come up to speak to that matter.
Anita Riley, Principal Planner with City of Commerce City. We did have one public comment that was uploaded, I think, to Z-984-22. We did have a a phone conversation with someone prior to the Planning Commission meeting. I am not clear about which public comment was excluded.
Mr. Patrick Castaneda's public comment was included with the case at the last meeting. That was in regards to this case, and it's not included in this packet.
Oh, I see. Yes, I'm not sure that that had gotten to my files, and I do apologize for that. Can we submit that at the meeting now?
I don't know if that gives people enough time to review them.
By regulation, yes, you could submit it. It's up to the council on whether or not they want to hear the cases with that information being submitted this evening, or if they'd like additional time to review it by holding the public hearings at a later date. That's what we'll vote on now. Mr. Ader? Okay, is there any other discussion? Once again, I'm fortunate, but I'm going to have to support this and hope that we get all the information that is relevant to the case uploaded to the packet so that we have ample time to review it instead of trying to do it on the fly while we sit on the dais. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. And that will also carry unanimously.
Mayor, if I may,
Yes, sir.
just so that I can clarify this, we will do that at the city manager's discretion, given that we have to ensure that we are able to meet the charter and the Annexation Act of Colorado with being able to meet our timeframe of 30 to 60 day window for action to be taken on it. So we will bring that back accordingly, sir.
Thank you, sir. Okay, are there any other motions to be made before we start the agenda? Seeing none, we'll move on to public comment. All public comment will occur during citizen communication, except for public hearings. Persons who are registered to speak under multiple items will be allowed to speak multiple times. Per council policy, citizen communication is the time on our agenda for the public to address council on business and affairs of the city. The city council is not able to hear any comments at this time on land use matters that are before or may come before council. Please reserve such comments for the appropriate public hearing. As a reminder, we take your comments seriously, but do not generally respond to comments until later in the evening. Council must wait until administrative council business to take action in response to citizen communication. Council members can ask questions of speakers if desired. The city needed advanced registration in order to participate virtually in citizen communication for this meeting. If you're currently in the Zoom meeting to speak during citizen communication, please listen for me to call your name, and the clerk will unmute you so you may begin. If you do not respond or are disconnected, you may miss your chance to comment. Those attending in person to speak during citizen communication will be called upon after virtual comment has concluded. Please give your name and address for the record and keep your comments limited to 3 minutes. If a council member wants to ask a question, please ask to be recognized when the speaker is finished. We'll start with Christy Pollard.
Christy, you should be able to unmute yourself, and you'll have 3 minutes once you begin.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
We can, yes, Christy.
Great. Good evening. My name is Christy Pollard. I reside at 5 Sandy Lake Road in Inglewood, Colorado, and I am the Executive Director for the Metro District Education Coalition. I'm here today to voice my concerns with Ordinance 2379 concerning Metro districts. Specifically, we are concerned that the provision does not allow for a mill levy adjustment in the event that the legislature changes the residential assessment ratio. If assessment ratios are reduced in the future, as they have the past 2 legislative sessions, revenue to pay for public infrastructure will drop. The uncertainty in the value of a future property tax revenue stream will make it nearly impossible to sell Metro District debt. This to fund public infrastructure out of their coffers, or developers will have to add the cost of funding the public infrastructure at higher interest rates into the cost of each home, thus exacerbating the affordability challenges that we are currently facing. We would respectfully request that council consider offering an amendment that would allow for these adjustments to the residential assessment ratios while allowing the Metro District tool to continue to be used to build the necessary public infrastructure that our communities need. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Does anybody on council have any questions for the speaker? Seeing none, we'll move on to Ronna Sanchez.
Rana, you should be able to unmute yourself, and you'll have 3 minutes once you begin.
Thank you. 10680 Waco Street in Commerce City. I'm encouraging all of you to vote to support residents who elect the people who elected you and vote yes for ordinance 2379. I would also like to invite all of you to the Commerce City Cultural Council art reception tomorrow night at Bison Ridge Rec Center at 5:30 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sanchez. Does anybody on council have any questions for the speaker? Seeing none, we'll move on to Jessica Monahan.
Jessica, if you're in the meeting and can hit *9 on your phone or use the raise hand function in Zoom. Mayor Huseman, I do not see Jessica in the meeting.
Okay, next up will be Zachary Bishop.
Zachary, you should be able to unmute yourself, and you'll have 3 minutes once you begin.
Great, thank you. Good evening. My name is Zach Bishop. I'm at 1401 Lawrence Street in Denver, 80202. I am speaking today on ordinance 2379 in opposition to this ordinance. There are several things in this ordinance that will certainly cause public infrastructure to be significantly diminished going forward for new development. We all recognize that there's a significant housing shortage going on in Commerce City and across the Front Range, and metropolitan districts are a key answer to providing the public infrastructure that allows these communities to build out, which increases the supply of housing in the city. If the current language that's in the ordinance, not allowing a mill levy cap to adjust for changes in the assessment ratio going forward, would mean that there is significantly more volatility in the future revenue stream. You could have a significantly less revenue going forward, which would mean, because these types of local governments don't have a broad array of revenues to pull from, like most general obligation bonds, that makes the risk profile of an offering without a cap that can adjust for changes in the assessment ratio to be extremely risky, and frankly would just mean capital would flow to other communities along the Front Range that don't have this kind of provision. Commerce City would be the only city in Colorado that would have a similar provision in its model service plan where this ordinance adopted, and so it is extremely out of the ordinary and I think unintentionally restrictive in that regard. I think the other significant issue that I'd like to address is the subordinated debt prohibition that's effectively in the ordinance. There are many ways to handle ensuring that residents and homeowners pay fair interest rates on debt through metro districts. And so we would propose an amendment that would allow for a financial advisor who is by definition a fiduciary to a local government, like a metro district in this case, to certify that the terms of the rate of the interest rate and other terms of the offering are fair and reasonable given the credit. So I think that would be a way to continue to allow these metro districts to function, but restrict them in ways that will protect residents. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Bishop. Does anybody on council have any questions for the speaker? If you're still there, I actually have a question for you. Your role again, can you explain that to us?
Yeah, I am on the board of the Metro District Education Coalition, and I raise capital for local governments with Piper Sandler.
Okay, thank you. And so as part of the Metro District Education Coalition, you should be able to answer this question for me. You're concerned over the ordinance preventing the ability to adjust the mill levy based on a reduction in the residential assessment rate, is what I heard, correct?
That's correct.
And typically in a service plan, is there an ability for a metro district to raise the mill levy if property values decrease?
There is up to a certain cap, yes.
up to a certain cap. So why is it that if you're willing to accept that variable, but you're not willing to accept a variable of the state legislature lowering the residential assessment rate? I do believe in about 2007, 2008, we saw a significant decrease in property values across the entire country, and that decrease had an impact on mill levies and the ability to generate bond revenue. So why is it that you're willing to accept the variableness that exists with property values, but you're so concerned about the residential assessment rate, which is much harder to change than a property value?
Yep, that's a fair question. So first of all, I'm a broker, right? So I represent metro districts selling debt to investors. So these aren't my limitations. We're simply viewing the marketplace for debt and trying to create the conditions so that public infrastructure can be built within the city. I think it's a very fair point that there are a lot of significant credit factors already in these districts. I think that adding this one would be very significant in that in the past and in every other jurisdiction in the state, because this is the only revenue stream available to pay this debt, investors can they can gauge somewhat the probability that over time home values will decline, right? They can look at the Case-Shiller home price index. They can look at other factors that can tell them the probability of that. They don't have a very good way of gauging whether the legislature will act to lower assessment ratios. And so that one is much harder for them to judge, and therefore it's a different kind of risk than the used to taking.
And why are you still concerned over the legislature making those adjustments when voters repealed the Gallagher Amendment a year ago?
Yeah, only because they have adjusted it in each of the 2 legislative sessions since the repeal of the Gallagher Amendment. So it's been done every session since that repeal.
And whenever that adjustment rate has gone down, have property values gone up or down?
Property values have not necessarily gone up or down in relation to a assessment ratio change. I think those are just independent factors. I think right now the trend is certainly for increases in property valuations, but for sure those things cycle over time, and we could see up or down cycles going forward.
So even though the assessment rate has gone down with the increase in property values, these districts are actually generating more revenue than they did under the older assessment rate, correct?
Because this year was not a reassessment year, that's not the case in this year. Next year, we should see a pretty significant increase in the May reassessment data. I completely agree with that. And that in this cycle is very likely to be more than offset, more than offset the change that the legislature made in the assessment ratio adjustment. I think that is true in this cycle. I don't think that will always be true. And I think that if you look over time at the adjustments that were made in the residential assessment ratio, they've been very, very significant and would have taken, 70% plus of the revenue away from this single source of repayment for this.
And what was the reduction in the assessment rate if it would have that profound of an impact?
Yeah, I'd have to look back at the history of those Gallagher adjustments over time, but I believe that the residential assessment ratio started at 21% or so. I mean, it adjusted down to 7% now. So significant change over time through a different mechanism than exists today, granted, but that's the change that Gallagher implemented.
Okay. Anybody else on council have any questions for the speaker? Seeing none, thank you very much for your time this evening, sir. We'll move on to Zachary White.
Zachary, if you're in the meeting and can hit *9 on your phone or use the raise hand function in Zoom. Mayor Huesman, I do not see Zachary in the meeting.
Okay, we will move on to Jennifer Tanaka.
Jennifer, you should be able to unmute yourself and you'll have 3 minutes once you begin.
Thank you so much. And just a note, Zachary was disconnected somehow, but I think we'll cover his comments and concerns here. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members. My name is Jennifer Tanaka, and I'm a special district attorney and the vice chair of the Metro District Education Coalition. I'm urging a no vote on Ordinance 2379. While I have significant concerns with the model service plan, there are 2 areas that I will focus on during my testimony today, and which will have a significantly detrimental impact on districts and development as a whole. Excuse me. The prohibition on subordinate debt as a whole will result in higher home prices to residents. Subordinate debt is often required to fund the infrastructure needed early in a development to get the project off the ground. Prohibiting this tool will lead to higher costs to residents because those improvements will have to be financed through conventional construction loans, which are at significantly higher interest rates. In turn, these increased costs are front-loaded into the lot prices that residents pay. Responsible limitations and parameters can be placed on subordinate debt to ensure the tool remains functional and that the financing of improvements remains as low as possible. For example, requiring an external financial advisor or municipal advisor to certify that privately placed debt, whether senior or subordinate, is reasonable and falls within current market conditions will provide the guardrails necessary to address the concern of perceived runaway interest rates and self-dealing. Pursuant to federal securities law, an MA, municipal advisor, is subject to the highest standard of care and solely has the duty to act in the district's best interests. They are subject to routine audits by the SEC and other regulators and must make certain disclosures regarding its duties to the district. Finally, once engaged as MA, they are completely barred from acting as an underwriter in the relevant transaction as the SEC views this as a violation of its fiduciary duty. Bottom line, the federal securities laws provide additional significant protections. MAs do not act in tandem with underwriters, and they are indeed liable for regulatory and legal penalties as well as reputational harm if they do not comply with their fiduciary obligation to act solely in the issuer's best interests. Secondly, the withholding of building permits in exchange for a material modification of a service plan is not reasonable and will create additional uncertainty for home builders, further increasing the cost of housing or worse, having a chilling effect on such development activity. The city retains the ability to set forth requirements for builders in development agreements and land use codes. Further, the city has the ability to enforce the provisions of the service plan through state law and the corresponding IGA to hold the district accountable. Bottom line, remedies already exist without unnecessarily tying governmental functions to the private land use approvals and vice versa. I urge you to vote no on Ordinance 2379 and instead commit to working with stakeholders to address the city's concerns while maintaining the integrity of the tool to ensure the most cost-effective development possible. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. Does anybody on council have any questions for the speaker? Seeing none, I do have a couple questions for you, ma'am, if you'll indulge me. I believe you're with White Bear Ankle Tanaka. How many metro districts do you manage at that law firm?
Can you still hear me?
Yep.
Okay, good. I'd have to look at our client list, but we are certainly one of the largest, if not the largest in the state of Colorado. So hundreds of districts that we represent as general counsel.
Thank you. And how many CPA firms do you use to do the books on those districts?
Oh gosh, there are probably 5 or 6 firms that specialize in local government accounting that are used among the various districts.
And you use all 5 of those?
Yeah, we work with all of them. It's really the board's decision at the end of the day who they engage, and typically they receive, go out to proposal and receive proposals back and then engage whoever they feel is the most appropriate for that particular district.
And how many firms do you use to do the annual audits?
The annual audits, this has changed over time. I would say it's probably around 10 different auditing firms. Some of the accountants also do audit work, obviously not for the same district, but they can serve as the auditor if they're not the accountant on that particular district. So there are some overlaps there. This has changed over time with some retiring and others starting to pop up, but there are probably about 10 different firms that are used for auditing throughout the state.
And would you say that you have a good working relationship with all these firms that you guys employ?
Yes, I believe so.
And do you use any firms that you don't have a positive working relationship with?
Well, if there's a firm that we have not had a good relationship, I certainly personally would not recommend that firm. If there has been some inappropriate action or maybe they're not as responsive or don't have the tools necessary for that particular district, but ultimately the board makes that decision. I can certainly provide my experience to them, but it's ultimately that board's decision on who to engage.
So during your 3 minutes of speaking, you mentioned that there was a way for us to use fiduciaries to provide this opinion that would allow us to approve service plans that would go outside the norms, and you think that this is a solution we should follow, but how do we know that these fiduciaries that are going to be chosen are actually fiduciaries that would have the best interest versus ones that you just have a positive working relationship with instead of discounting the ones you don't?
Sure. No, that's a fair question. MAs are different from accountants and auditors. They're not the same firm. Municipal advisors are highly regulated by the Securities and Exchange Commission. They have to be registered with the SEC as a municipal advisor. They are subject to separate auditing rules and separate regulations than what an accountant or an auditor is subject to. So we're talking about different firms. There are probably half a dozen of those firms as well out there, and there are a number of different types of opinions that they can provide. And again, this is a decision that the board makes typically after going out to RFP to understand what the costs might be. But those firms typically give opinions ranging from that it's meeting the requirements of the service plan up to the reasonableness in the market conditions to ensure that bonds are being issued at or below market rate, so that you don't have a situation where a developer issuing a subordinate bond is placing those bonds at a higher interest rate than what the market would otherwise bear. So that's where the municipal advisor comes into play. They have a strict fiduciary duty to the district, as opposed to underwriters where they're working both for the district and for bondholders to try to strike the best deal. The MA in particular is brought in as really a belt and suspenders for the district to look in particular at that deal to make sure it's the best interest of the district now and in the future. And so they look at all of the market conditions and provide feedback. And then those deals are adjusted according to that feedback.
But ultimately, you could recommend to your board to go with one fiduciary over another, and that decision could be influenced on whether or not you agree with the opinion of the fiduciary or disagree with the opinion of the fiduciary, correct?
Well, I have no way knowing what their opinion is going to be before they're engaged. So I don't agree with that. That would also suggest undue influence by me of public officials, which is, as you all know, not legal. I can certainly make recommendations to boards and give them my experience, but ultimately it's their decision. But those decisions to engage a municipal advisor are made prior to them making a recommendation or being involved in that transaction. They're typically brought in at the very beginning as that transaction is kicked off. And then as we go through those transactions, they're making recommendations throughout, and they will not issue that opinion at closing unless they are fully satisfied. And so that has no influence from me or the board or underwriters or anybody else. It's their independent evaluation of that transaction. And that's where their reputation and their license is online as well.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Noble?
Thank you, Mayor. I have a couple of questions also. What percentage of the metro districts your law firm represents are resident majorities? Boards?
Oh gosh, I have no way of knowing that without going through each of them and making a determination. They change and transition regularly. We just had elections that occurred this May and had boards that transitioned over as well. So I wish I could give you a guess, but I unfortunately just can't without looking at that data.
And what percentage of metro districts you represent are parent-child districts?
We do not like that structure as the old nomenclature is for a number of reasons. And so we tend to operate, there are some exceptions of those that were organized many years ago, but that old structure of what you're talking about, which used to be called a master slave, but obviously for so many reasons is not referred to as such anymore. That old structure has transitioned and evolved over time as districts do into more of an operating and coordinating district type of structure. In some instances, that's not always used, but in some instances that has been used by projects. But as far as percentage, it's a very, very low percentage. I would say below 1% of our clients have that, and most of those we've tried to transition away from that structure.
So you would have no objection to us also not favoring that structure either as a city?
I personally do not. I know others might feel differently, but speaking on behalf of myself and certainly on behalf of my firm, I do not have an objection to moving away from that. I think there are benefits to allowing coordination among districts for more efficient provision of services and coordinated efforts for saving of costs. But as far as the structure that you're referencing, I would not have an objection to moving away from that, no.
Okay, great. And I've been to your offices. I was there for the election with another council member. We dropped off ballots. How do you feel about having elections within 5 miles of a boundary as opposed to 30 miles away?
Right, and I think there's a nuance here, and I actually saw your tweet that you tweeted on that, so I appreciate that, and I understand the frustration. With this particular one, it was a mail ballot election, so all voters had the ability to mail in their ballots in advance. The board also has the ability to make the decision of whether to have drop-off locations within the boundaries of the district, and I think that's really what you're talking about. When you're talking about conducting elections, typically boards don't have a polling place election because they don't receive as much turnout with a polling place election as you do with a mail ballot. And so I would say, if not 100%, 99+% of our clients elect to have a mail ballot election for simplicity purposes and to encourage as much voter turnout as possible. Shockingly, with district elections, you have a very low turnout. It tends to be around 10% of a turnout, which is unfortunate. But I think in those instances, council member, I would recommend that there be ballot drop-off locations within districts to enable the ability for residents to drop those off at a convenient location, as opposed to requiring polling place that just increases those costs. So I would have no objection to that, but there is a nuance there that I just want to make clear. And so hopefully that would be something that would be entertained as opposed to requiring a polling place inside.
Okay, that sounds reasonable, and it was better dropping it off at the rec center. Thank you very much.
My pleasure.
Any other questions from council for Ms. Tanaka? Seeing none, we thank you for your time this evening, ma'am. We'll move on to Lisa, and I apologize, I'm going to butcher this, Demuccio.
Lisa, if you're in the meeting and can hit *9 on your phone or use the raise hand function in Zoom. Mayor Huseman, I do not see Lisa in the meeting.
All right, we'll move on to Morgan Colon.
Morgan, you should be able to unmute yourself and you'll have 3 minutes once you begin.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Huseman, mayors of the Commerce City Council. I'm here tonight on behalf of the Home Builders Association of Metro Denver to share our thoughts and concerns regarding Commerce City's proposed changes to service plans governing metropolitan districts regulations. In Commerce City, the HBA of Metro Denver represents a diverse collection of developers and builders doing business in Commerce City that have a number of genuine concerns about the proposal before you this evening. All of our concerns were submitted for the public record on May 2nd. A letter was addressed and submitted to council. Because we were only given a couple of minutes tonight, though, we'd like to address our biggest concern this evening. Our biggest concern is the lack of what is previously referred to as the Gallagher adjustment. This provision allows for the recalibration of the mill levy within a district in response to a future reduction in the assessment rate. If the assessment rate drops in the future, as they have in the past, revenue to pay for this infrastructure will ultimately decrease. The uncertainty in the value of property tax revenue streams will make it much more expensive and could make it even impossible to sell Metro District debt onto the bond market. Either way, the outcome will result in less homes being built in Commerce City. This will add additional upward pressure on prices for new and existing homes and price even more aspiring residents out of the market. The home builders, if our concerns to these and other proposals within the proposed service plan update have one consistent theme, it is that they all have the potential to significantly increase the cost of purchasing a home in Commerce City at a time when Colorado residents are already reeling from an attainable housing crisis. Without changes, this draft ordinance will undoubtedly make the cost of homeownership more unattainable for many aspiring homeowners with moderate incomes. The National Association of Home Builders' latest priced out estimates from January 2022 indicates that a $1,000 increase in the cost of a medium priced new home will further price out 2,310 Coloradans out of the housing market. We hope Commerce City will address and consider these comments and any final amendments or regulations and changes that the city ultimately adopts. Thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Cohen. Does anybody on council have any questions for this speaker? Seeing none, we thank you for your time. We'll move on to Jim Gibson.
Jim, you should be able to unmute yourself, and you'll have 3 minutes once you begin. Jim, you should be able to unmute yourself.
All right, we'll move on to Steve Douglas.
Steve, you should be able to unmute yourself, and you'll have 3 minutes once you begin.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor and Council. Sorry to sound a little stuffy there. I urge you all to vote yes on Ordinance 2379. I know last time this was voted on, it was a tie. And for those who voted against it, I hope they had some time to look back and read over what's before them in this resolution, because this right here, this hits the mark. Me and wife had the opportunity on April 26th to testify at the State House on House Bill 1363. And this would have helped the entire state out. And it was introduced late, and it went through the House, and they get to the Senate, and they ran out of time. So I appreciate Commerce City bringing this forward, because when I was on council, this was brought up to talk about and bring a resolution and all back in 2017. Here we are in 2022. And so the biggest thing that you hear from opposition is where they can't make an adjustments. Well, I believe there should be performance. So if they said they're going to build something at a cost of $5 million, that cost of $5 million should be justified. And it also should be put out to the homeowners to know this is what your debt is. And you're in debt for this amount of time. We have little of that. No junior bonds where the premium goes back to the developer. We have a lot of that. There's been an influx in population in Colorado, so they have to adjust. There's more people have moved into Colorado, so more people are paying into the taxes here in Colorado. That's why there's an adjustment. And the average home right now in the Denver metro area is $713,000. So $1,000 is not going to hurt anyone wanting to get a house. And gallerization should not be put on operation and maintenance. And I don't think gallerization should be a factor at all. And actually, there are several subdivisions that are operating under 50 mils. So I know there's going to be talk after this to try to make it to 60, but please keep it at 50. 35, heck, that's 5 years too long. But I do agree for what you have there, because this has teeth in it. And I appreciate you guys bringing this forward, because it's just been pushed aside so many times. And make this where everybody benefits in the future. So Ordinance 2379, please support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Douglas. Anybody on council have any questions for the speaker? Councilmember Noble.
I don't have a question for Mr. Douglas, but I did see Mr. Gibson's hand raise when he was skipped over, so it's possible he's having difficulty unmuting on the phone. Is there an explanation that could be given to help him?
Jim, can you try unmuting yourself now?
Can
you hear me now?
Yeah.
There we go. We can. You'll have 3 minutes once you begin, Jim.
Okay, thank you very much. Good evening. I'm Jim Gibson, representing the residents of Metro District, supporting Ordinance 2379. Metro District residents are experiencing taxation without representation from what should be their local government. Not surprisingly, they pay twice the taxes of a regular Colorado property taxpayer. Please never approve service plans that include multiple parent-child metro districts for the same development. Often developers will create and control tiny uninhabitable tracts, often as small as 10 feet by 10 feet. These parent districts allow developers to control the taxes and expenditures of the district for 30 years or more. In other words, taxation without representation. Of course, all of this confuses real residents. When a Metro District resident gets her first exorbitantly high property tax bill, she typically contacts her local council member. Not in a position to address questions related to the Metro District, the council member will refer the constituent to the Metro District Board. This constituent will find out that she and her fellow residents are not represented on that board. These developer-affiliated board members have a state-acknowledged conflict of interest with real residents. Of course, this constituent's concerns about her extremely high property taxes will never be addressed. Upon further research, this constituent will also find out that she does not have the right to collect fellow resident signatures and place a measure on her Metro District ballot at the next election. By state law, unlike every other Coloradan, Metro District residents do not have that option. This constituent will also find out that her right to vote on future tax increases was waived by the developer before any real residents even bought their homes. No effective checks and balances are in place. Unlike every other non-Metro District resident in Colorado, this constituent has no recourse either through an elected official that represents her or to the ballot. In other words, again, taxation without representation. Importantly, these extremely high taxes result in homeowners being unwilling to pay more in taxes for other important public priorities like police, roads, schools, and mental health. As we all well know, taxpayers will only pay so much taxes. Finally, because of the higher housing costs involved with Metro Districts, surrounding neighborhoods outside the district may gentrify, resulting in involuntary displacement of their neighboring non-Metro District residents. Help future housing be more affordable in Commerce City. Approve this proposed ordinance and curb these abuses of your constituents. Thank you very much for your time this evening. I'm more than happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Gibson. Does anybody on council have any questions for the speaker? Councilmember Noble.
Yeah, I'm curious if Mr. Gibson knows what percentage of Metro Districts are resident majority.
Council member, that's a great question. According to my analysis of data from the Colorado Department of Local Affairs, about 2/3 of Metro District board members across the state are affiliated with the developer. About 22% are actual real residents, and the remainder of the seats are vacant. So in other words, the number of developer-affiliated board members is 3 times the number of resident board members. An analysis of that same data indicates that executives from one developer firm occupy 146 Metro District board seats. In fact, a single developer executive from a different firm occupies 73 Metro District board seats. Unfortunately, there are plenty more examples.
Thank you very much.
Are there any other questions for the speaker? Seeing none, we thank you again for your time this evening. We'll move on to our in-person communication.
Excuse me, Mayor Huseman, but I believe you skipped over Elizabeth Cortez after Morgan Cullen. and I don't know if
She's actually in person and first to be called up.
Oh,
in person.
all right, thank you. I just wanted to make sure they had the opportunity to speak.
We'll move on to in-person citizen communication. First up is Elizabeth Cortez.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Elizabeth Cortez. My address is 450 East 17th Avenue, Denver, Colorado 80203. I support those that have already testified this evening in opposition to Ordinance 2379. I appreciate that the evening is going to be a long one, so I won't reiterate what has been said, but I do want to focus a little bit as well on the inability for a district to adjust their mill levy for operations and maintenance purposes. You have heard the impacts, the significant impacts it could have on debt issuance and the ability to issue debt, but there is also an impact on the district's ability to increase that mill levy, to make adjustments for those changes, to be able to provide the continuous services and operations and maintenance of improvements that the district has responsibility for and that the residents and taxpayers within that district have come to expect. And I think it's important to point out that the intent of the adjustment is not an increase, it's revenue neutrality. So it's to make it possible so that the revenue received by the district is neither enhanced nor diminished by that increase. So the result of that is allowing the district to not only finance public improvements, but to also appropriately budget for operations and maintenance of certain of those improvements and to provide consistent services throughout the district. I thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. Does anybody on council have any questions for the speaker? Seeing none, we'll move on to our next speaker, who is Beverly Harden. Beverly Harden. Okay, next up will be Charlie Smith.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. I'm Charlie Smith from Brownstein, Hyatt, Farber, and Trek. I'm here tonight on behalf of my client, Next Metro Communities. We submitted a letter to Council yesterday and recirculated it earlier this afternoon with respect to Next Metro's pending application for its final plat within the Sellers Crossing development. As you may recall, Next Metro appeared in front of Council on March 7th for a public hearing on its final plat application. And there was some confusion in that hearing regarding the correct use classification for Next Metro's project, whether it's multifamily, single-family attached, or single-family detached. And so Council directed Next Metro and staff to work together to refine the project and resolve that confusion because Council was concerned that if it didn't have the right use classification, it couldn't make an appropriate final decision on the final plat. So Council continued the hearing to a date unknown. Next Metro has now spent the last 3 months working with staff and refining the project. It has removed all detached units from the project and now has only single-family attached units. And we've come to an agreement with staff that the project now squarely fits within the definition of a single-family attached project. Therefore, that concern has now been resolved, and we've been trying to work with staff to find a date for and a process for getting back on an agenda to be in front of Council. However, because Council continued the hearing without a date set, that's created some procedural confusion. So we've been trying to get back on an agenda for nearly 3 months, and that delay has gone a bit unexplained. It's been somewhat frustrating, but we've now have some direction from city staff that it's up to Council to put us back on an agenda. And so I am here tonight appealing to you, while we may not agree with that interpretation, appealing to you to put Next Metro's final plat back on a Council agenda at the next Council hearing on June 20th. Next Metro has a legal right to have its application heard and for a final decision to be rendered by City Council. It's a well-accepted due process right, and that's all we're requesting is for City Council to take this opportunity, take action tonight to please direct staff to put this final plat on City Council's next agenda so that we can conclude the continued public hearing and have a final decision from council, which we can either accept or have the opportunity to appeal, whatever the result may be, but Next Metro deserves a final decision. So that is our request. Appreciate your time. Happy to answer any questions. Thank you for hopefully taking action later tonight to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Does anybody on council have any questions for the speaker? Seeing none, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Next up will be Anna Mariotti.
Am I good? I can go ahead and start? All right. Thank you so much for having me today. I'm speaking later on a specific item, but wanted to address just more generally with City Council. I've had a lot of discussions with city staff and personnel regarding some of the public notice or really lack thereof and the requirements surrounding that. So as we look around the room, as I look around the room as a resident, I think I'm in the minority here. I think most folks are attorneys, developers, attorneys for developers. As a resident, what I would love to see is more resident input. Some of the struggles that we've seen are things like 300-foot boundaries. Right now, I'm 2 blocks away from something being developed, but I'm not considered within the 500-foot boundary to get a neighborhood meeting notice. So that's concerning to me, that 2 blocks away something can be happening and I'm not considered part of that neighborhood. So just wanted to address some of that, some of the signage that we've seen with public notices. Completely inaccessible. There's no sidewalks, there's no curb ramps. So if you are trying to alert or inform the community that is out, going on walks, participating in their day-to-day life so that they have an awareness, they're unable to even participate, to be aware of that, to know what's going on. So I know that the Land Development Code, LDC, I'm learning a lot about PUD, Plat, LDC. If there is an opportunity, I don't know if it's City Council that initiates that or staff personnel, I would love to see some updates to that, broader outreach, greater participation. Glad you're all here. I would love to see more residents sitting here. So I think just encouraging and hopeful that we can do more to get some community engagement. That's all. Thank you.
Ma'am. Does anybody on council have any questions for the speaker? Councilmember Hurst?
It's more of a comment than a question, but it is for you. We've been working on that. We do have changes coming in the very near future with full 4 foot by 8 foot signs coming. Part of the issue is the law and kind of where you have to post on the property. It's always undeveloped. That's why we're having a hearing on it. So yeah, it's going to be tougher with the sidewalks and things, but the accessibility is tough because people consume information in lots of different ways today. It's not the newspaper anymore. And that's what we're trying to move away from, is just the old, put it in the newspaper, put a, regular sized piece of paper on a stake at the site and call it good. That checks the box. That's not acceptable to any of us on this council, I believe, and we are working diligently with the city staff to make those changes. They will be in place. I'm sure someone can answer us directly, but in the very near future.
Councilmember Douglas?
Yes, thank you. It's Anna, right?
Anna, yes. Yeah.
I just wanted to say thank you so much for coming out. I really appreciate citizen participation, and the more the merrier. So please encourage those who live around you and the people that you know in your neighborhood to please come and voice your concerns, your what you like about what's happening, what you don't like, and just thank you so much for coming out. I really appreciate it.
And I would like to note, city staff has been responsive. I've had different phone calls, meetings with city staff, and I appreciate that. And I understand changes are coming, and sometimes government can feel like we're turning the Titanic a little bit slowly, but wanted to just make sure that I voice that opinion of getting that community outreach participation just as broadly as we can. Even HOA notices, I have a community board that's within the 500 feet and we didn't get a flyer. So just little things like that I think are so hard when you're doing broad scale growth and development like Commerce City is in the middle of right now. Some of those details can get slipped through the cracks, but that's I'm out walking my neighborhood with my dogs every day and I walk past that bulletin board. So just the nooks and crannies and trying to get the word out. So Councilmember Hurst, I really appreciate your comment, and it's great to hear that we're working on that.
Okay, you are also signed up to speak on ordinance Z-964. Your
Correct.
3 minutes begin when Mr. Gibson tells you.
For that property specifically, I was very concerned about the public hearing and really the awareness that was there. I think there was a lot of confusion with residents in the fall. We saw a lot of participation, interest, engagement, residents, online petitions. There was door-to-door knocking. And I think everyone was very excited. And I wrote an email to each of you individually detailing out, I think, some of the missed opportunities and the gaps that were outlined with that, where it was presented, people registered to speak. I was on the call till 11 o'clock that night with most of you. I know there's some new faces with City Council, but and it was continued, application withdrawn. I think there was some confusion. I felt I would be alerted when the file was put back on. I was not, so I didn't find out even that it was going through this process until it had already gone to the Planning and Zoning Commission. And then I was watching the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting, and I was watching the website every day to see when the meeting minutes would post to know what's going to happen. Are they going to withdraw again? Where is this going? And then actually what I found is I went to the City Council site, looked at it and saw, oh, well, I guess they're already, it was there May 16th. I missed it. Didn't know it was there. I'm watching Planning and Zoning. I've learned now from Anita that that's a month later that those meeting minutes get posted. So I did share with her an opportunity, I think, to engage and communicate. Residents after that Planning and Zoning meeting where the fueling station was removed as a condition, it was like celebration. We're so excited. The fueling station's been removed. That's a condition. Great. It's been voted on. It's done. And I don't think there was a realization that City Council had the ability to alter that. And so a lot of people stopped participating. So after that Planning and Zoning Commission meeting, the consensus was, we won, we did it, we rallied, we came together. And as a community, our voices were heard. And then hearing that it went to City Council, and so greatly appreciate Mayor Huseman talking about pedestrian safety, looking at the traffic light, working with CDOT. I think that is incredibly great. What I would love to see is that fueling station removed again. I think if you look at those residents, what we don't want to do is appease the traveling public, transient population. We want to appease our residents. There are fueling stations, there's other areas for that. I think that close proximity to that many residents is concerning to me. I also think as we start to look at developing further over on 112th, you guys will receive this in a couple of months. I've already tried to engage in this, the Murray Farms, which is on 112th by River Run, which is 2 blocks from my house. We're looking at connectivity holistically with pedestrians, and we are encouraging people, through growth and development, for them to cross Highway 85, but there really is not pedestrian access routes there. And there's some new industrial buildings also on 112th, where a sidewalk just ends. It's a beautiful sidewalk to specification. We're adhering to all of our ADA guidelines, and it ends. And so, sorry, I'll stop. Thank you.
Does anybody on council have any questions for the speaker? Councilmember Noble?
Thank you very much for speaking tonight. We got the agenda Friday afternoon. How did you learn that the item would be on the agenda for this evening?
So I actually worked with city staff. Jason Rogers was incredible, got me connected with the principal planner. So I spoke with Anita, I spoke with Jim, had a conversation. The difficult part for me has been learning how to navigate. I feel like I'm a capable person that can contribute to society, but learning, I work for a state government agency. I understand government agency at that level. Looking at a local government structure has been interesting and new to me. And so I have relied on city staff and personnel to help me understand it and navigate it. So they informed me that it would be on today. And then I've also reached out to city council members as hopefully representation to say, please do what's in the best interest for us. Now that I know what's going on, I'm trying to share it with others. But it's been difficult to navigate and understand. You all are pros. I respect you for what you do because it's hard. It's hard to navigate.
Did you see any public notification?
No. I even took pictures of the property. You guys will see it in the case later. And there's no signage up. And you can see the lack of accessibility, even to park your car and get out and try to read a sign. I mean, there's nowhere to park safely. And so one of the sidewalks comes up against a column. You can't even get there. But there was nothing posted when I went out over the weekend.
Thank you very much.
Are there any other questions for Ms. Marietta? Seeing none, thank you very much for your time this evening.
Thank you.
All right, next up will be Craig Kim.
Good evening, City Council members. My name is Craig Kim, and I'm at 10856 Idalia Street, Commerce City. First and foremost, I want to thank City Council members who were in attendance for the Memorial Day Parade event to honor my fellow military brothers and sisters who paid the ultimate sacrifice to continue allowing America to be free. I come before you today to talk about Ordinance 2379 that failed at the previous City Council meeting. This ordinance should have passed because this would have been the start of having a control mechanism in place to allow future metro districts to be created, but ensure developers could not do what they want like we have now with Oakwood Homes and the catastrophic events it has had within my community. I look at the City Council members who voted no to this ordinance and wondered why it was voted no without any rhyme or reason to be recorded during the last City Council meeting. Since we have not heard from what the naysayers are saying, I can only assume one thing and start to believe in other assumptions. As most of you know what assuming means, but in this case, it's not me, it's you. What I see as a failure is to control future metro districts from being formed to allow them to do whatever they want, such as they have done in Reunion. My property taxes with many other residents within my community pay over 88 mills to the Reunion Metro District that has yet to pay off the principal balance in the loans and allows for developers like Oakwood to continuously pull out loans for what? Their beer garden parties they had 3 to 4 weeks ago in Denver County? While some of you will disagree with my statement, I believe we are being raped by Oakwood and there's nothing we can do about it. So why allow other developers to rape other communities when and if other metro districts is formed? Why we don't even have any of the North Range Metro District board members on the Reunion Metro District? We all know Reunion Metro District is ran by developers like Oakwood and North Range, has no say to which is a complete insult, and we just continue being raped. We continue to allow developers to build homes in Reunion and its surrounding areas, and yet we still have no Reunion Center Oakwood promised many of the homeowners years ago. The Oakwood-controlled town hall in itself was a joke and a waste of homeowners' time. Additionally, I would ask your city manager, rather than insulting residents like he did previously by calling them dumb, ignorant, stupid, or whatever, how about teaching us by setting up a non-controlled town hall within the community instead of continuously insulting us? I digress. To the City Council members who voted against Ordinance 2379, I ask you to do the right thing by voting for the ordinance. If you decide to vote against it, I'm not going to continue on. Finally, as Mayor Huseman said during the previous City Council meeting, and I quote, "If putting the true cost of home ownership is going to keep somebody from purchasing the home, then your practices are deceptive and they ought to be illegal. The ultimate answer is to not allow a metro district anymore. This was an attempt to bridge the gap and come up with something that is going to protect future homeowners from the predatory practices that we see in this community every single day. Those predatory practices are unconscionable and should not be allowed," end quote. Happy to answer any questions you may have at this time. Thank you.
Does anybody on council have any questions for the speaker? Thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you.
Last but not least will be Kyle Thomas.
Hello, Mr. Mayor, Council. Thanks for having me this evening. I'm Kyle Thomas. I'm with the Metro District Education Coalition. Address is 1550 Market Street in Denver. First of all, I just wanted to commend you for taking up this important matter. I think instituting best practices in service plans for metro districts is a great item for all of us to be engaging in, and would ask you to further consider more stakeholder engagement from all those who are involved in this world. I wanted to speak specifically to 2 items in the ordinance as drafted that would be areas of concern. The first would be the inability to adjust the debt service mill levy with changes to the residential assessment rate. In 1982, when the Gallagher Amendment was passed, the residential assessment rate was 21%. Today, that rate is 7.15%, which is approximately a reduction of 65%. If the legislature were to continue to take further action to reduce that rate, which they have in the past 2 sessions, metro districts which have primarily a single revenue source for paying their debts, which is a debt service mill levy, could have a significant impairment in their ability to repay those debt obligations. Investors that have chosen to invest in our communities, whether Commerce City or other communities around our state, have a choice as to the communities and the projects they want to invest in. This risk factor of not having the ability to adjust the mill levy would make investment in this community less attractive. And by having a less attractive investment, ultimately that's going to lead to higher interest rates and less infrastructure being funded in the community. The second item I wanted to speak to is the inability to issue subordinate debt. When a district issues debt, oftentimes it's done early on in a project to fund the maximum amount of infrastructure as possible. Crucial improvements such as water, sewer, streets, parks, that are not typically funded by cities or counties. The goal of a district is to fund as much infrastructure as possible at the lowest blended cost of capital. Based on prevailing market conditions, a subordinate bond might be a component of the most efficient financing tools. As a district proceeds through development, typically a goal is to refinance and restructure the debt for the benefit of the community. Oftentimes, a homeowner board will choose to refinance the debt to lower interest rates and lower the debt service mill levy. Typically, this opportunity exists as early as 5 years after the original debt was issued. It is possible that a rating agency or bank or other investor might not be comfortable refinancing all of the district debt with a single loan or bond. In that case, a subordinate bond could be a necessary and effective tool to refinance the obligations and overall provide a lower cost of capital and provide savings to the homeowners and allow them to lower their debt service mill levy. There could be very significant unintended consequences from instituting the inability to issue subordinate debt. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Does anybody on council have any questions for the speaker? I do have a question. I feel like you've only given me half the story. You mentioned in 1982, whenever the residential assessment rate was there, when Gallagher was passed, it was 21%?
That's correct.
And now it's 7.15%?
Correct.
What was the median household price in 1982?
In 1982, in this community, honestly, I couldn't tell you, but it was probably around less than $100,000, I would presume.
So median household price was about $69,300.
Yeah.
What is it today?
Around 700.
Around 700. So what's a bigger increase? The price of the house going up or the reduction in the assessment rate? What's had a bigger move in favor of the Metro District and the bonds?
So the reduction in the residential assessment rate has been formulaic. It was required in the Gallagher Amendment to be 55-45. And so that the change in the residential assessment rate was recommended by the state assessor every year, and it was tied to home prices. So it was a formulaic reduction. So as home prices were increasing, the residential assessment rate was dropping proportionately. So based on that formulaic calculation, they would move in tandem with one another in opposing directions.
Right. So back in 1982, that $69,300 house had an assessed value of $14,553. Today, a $700,000 home, assessed value of $50,000. Significantly in the favor of those bonds. The ability to generate at that same mill levy continues to go up and up and up. So again, you come here and you stand at the lectern and you say, the residential assessment rate has gone down, the sky's gonna fall, this is gonna impact our ability to build houses, but you only tell us half the story. You don't tell us that the assessed value has actually more than tripled in that time period. More than tripled. And if it is more than tripled, the ability at the same mill levy to generate more money still exists. So why are you only telling me half the story when you stand there at the lectern?
I think my goal is to identify that it's a unique risk factor that would be unique to Commerce City. And when investors have a choice of what communities they're going to invest in, they will view that as a risk factor, and it will likely cause higher interest rates. That's what I'm pointing out. I'm not saying it makes it, you're not able to fund infrastructure, you're not able to accomplish goals, but it is a risk factor that is unique, that doesn't exist in any other municipality.
Thank you. Does anybody else on council have any questions for the speaker? Thank you very much for your time this evening. Thank you all for speaking with us tonight. If follow-up is necessary, you should expect to be contacted by a staff member. Members of the public were also able to submit comments online and by mail. Written comments received by the deadline were incorporated into the updated agenda packet. If anyone wishes to speak at a future council meeting, please check the meeting agenda and city website for information on how to register or submit written comments. Next on the agenda is an executive session. I'm looking for a motion and a second to enter into executive session pursuant to CRS section 24-6-402, parentheses 4, sub parentheses A, regarding the purchase of real property. Mayor Pro Tem.
So moved.
Councilmember Madera.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to enter into executive session for the purpose stated. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Motion carries. We'll be in executive session for 30 minutes? 20 minutes, approximately 20 minutes. All right, welcome back. This time, does anybody on council have a motion to make? Councilmember Grimes?
Thank you, Mayor.
Wait, time out. Sorry to interrupt you. Mr. Hayter, are we good to do the motion at this time? Or
Yes,
does it-
sir.
Or does it need to wait till administrative council business?
No, you can do it right now is what I would suggest.
Okay, thank you. Sorry for the interruption. Just want to make sure we were good. Councilmember Grimes.
Yes, thank you. Yes, I'd like to make a motion to direct staff to pursue the purchase of the Echo Vale property at 6140 Holly Street for the purpose of historic preservation as per the Commerce City Historic Preservation Plan.
Councilmember Madera.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to direct staff to pursue the purchase of the property at 6140 Holly Street for the purpose of historical preservation. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay.
Nay.
We're 7-2. Motion passes. All right, we're going to move on to noticed council business. We have one item of noticed council business, which is ordinance 2379. We'll ask Councilmember Noble to introduce your item.
Thank you very much, Mayor Huseman. Yes, I would like to make a motion to approve ordinance 2379, enacting Chapter 13 Metropolitan Districts of the Commerce City Revised Municipal Code, and that's as amended at the two previous meetings.
Mayor Pro Tem,
Like to second the motion?
I have a motion and a second to approve ordinance 2379. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Madera?
Yeah, I just want to say that I won't be supportive of this motion because I would like to see a different motion regarding this ordinance come forward. After discussing this for, over 2 meetings now, I feel like we got to go back and address some things and just review the impacts that some of these would cause. And so my preferred motion would be to send it back to staff to review some impacts of some of these amendments, and that way we can consider it at a later date.
Councilmember Hurst?
Yeah, I think, as Councilman Madera said, we've been trying to kind of make the sausage here on the dais, and I think that really does belong in a good study session to talk about some of the impacts. So to clarify that, I think the first thing to be said is that in the discussions we've had over the last several weeks, sounds like everybody's on board to make changes, to make positive impacts on Metro District reform. The state attempted to make some Metro District reform with House Bill 1363. Bipartisan, that failed this year, which was at least disappointing because the amendments weren't considered. So I really think for the same reasons, we have to consider some of the challenges of keeping this balanced. We see the need for some significant change in some very specific areas in Metro District reform. I myself am on board with a lot of those changes. But then there's some balance that I think we need to seek in terms of, what impacts are there today for today's residents. This vote has very limited impacts on today's residents, the ones that are currently living in Commerce City under Metro Districts. It does create potential for more transparency, but we can't change the structure or the time on the bonds or anything like that on current Metro Districts that are already approved and have been approved in the past. We're talking about future Metro Districts, and I think all of us on this council understand that any Metro Districts coming forward in the near future, we would be making considerable changes if they were trying to get it passed on the old, under our current base Metro District or lack thereof regulations. And so I would really like us to go back to a study session and talk about some of the amendments that have been proposed by city council members and really talk about, the potential impacts that we may not be seeing. And of course, those are tough conversations. Getting here has been tough. There's been a lot of sad both on not just two sides, but I think 3 or 4 different sides of the argument. And so I, for one, want to see some changes made, but on the other side, I want to make sure we're understanding the whole impact of those decisions. And so doing that on the dais, throwing amendments back and forth, trying to get this right, in having to vote no because one small piece or 2 small pieces aren't exactly right, isn't quite fair to everybody. And so I really want to go back to those details in the study session, as Councilman Madera clearly pointed out.
Councilmember Ford.
Councilmember Hurst, you said that very well. I'm in agreement with you. I am supportive of bringing the mill rate down and doing away with the parent-child relationship and all that stuff. But I think we need to talk about it and understand it in its full being, because I don't want to wreck opportunity for the growth and opportunity for Commerce City, but I don't want to burden future residents at the same time. So I'm torn, and I would like to have more discussion as well. Thank you.
Councilmember Noble.
We have been working on this for at least the 2+ years that I've been on the city council. As was pointed out, we had a hearing on, or deliberations on May 2nd, but unfortunately it was scheduled late in the agenda, and the council majority chose to end the meeting rather than continue the conversation. Then we had a special meeting on the 23rd of May, but there was no public comment allowed at that meeting. So that was another opportunity that was missed. And I need people to know that I really do appreciate hearing from all sides. I appreciate hearing from the homeowners who are directly impacted, and I appreciate hearing from the developers. My entire family is in that universe. Every single one of them, either a lender, a realtor, or a developer. So it's not that I come to this ignorant in any way, shape, or form. On the other hand, I also live in a metro district, and one of the parts of my platform, if you will, when I ran for city council was to rein in metro districts. And it has been a concern for a very long time because of people who've had to move out of my ward because they can't afford what's been happening to them because of those mill rates. And that was the same thing that was raised by one of my council colleagues who is now calling for a study session. I don't have the votes tonight. I'm not a stupid person. So I'm going to withdraw my motion and instead make a motion for a study session in the month of June, either June 13th or June 27th, to discuss metro districts so that we can bring it back in July for a vote.
Councilmember Grimes.
I'm happy to second that motion. May I suggest one amendment?
But I have a seconder, so we need to follow the...
Mr. Mayor, if I may. This came up in the context of a motion to renew, which requires that the motion be made and voted on as it came up at the last meeting. So if procedurally we need that to occur, and then if that fails, then we could certainly entertain another motion at that time. But I think the original motion that was made, that was seconded and called to the floor was the one that we do need to have a vote on first procedurally.
Okay. That being said, we have a motion and a second to approve ordinance 2379. Is there any other discussion? Seeing no other requests for discussion, Mr. Gibson, will you please read the title and take a roll call vote?
Ordinance 2379, first reading of an ordinance enacting Chapter 13 Metropolitan Districts of the Commerce City Revised Municipal Code. Your vote is open.
Motion fails 4-5. Councilmember Noble, you had another motion you wanted to make?
Yes, to hold a study session on 2379 on either June 13th or June 27th.
Councilmember Grimes?
Thank you, Mayor. Happy to second the motion, but would like to offer an amendment if possible.
And your amendment is?
Could we, instead of a study session, have a separate work session so that we are dedicated to only this topic?
In June?
Yes.
Okay.
So for that to occur, we're more than likely going to have to schedule a special meeting on a different night, given that our 13th and June 27th meetings are already rather full, or will be full when it's
We
all said
could
and done.
move items off of that agenda in order to accomplish this. We've waited far too long. I imagine some of those items on there, Mr. Rogers, are new, brand new.
I would actually share, ma'am, that we have a time-sensitive matter with urban renewal currently slated on June 13th with regards to the formation of the Sand Creek Urban Renewal District. That's actually going to be an executive session. We have had, and we've already kicked a number of different times, I believe our community governance survey results, which I'm seeing Dylan shake his head yes. And we've also kicked our emergency operations discussion with our police department as well, a multiple number of times. On June 27th, we have identified for that calendar Blue Ribbon Economic Development Advisory Committee report and recommendations.
No, we are not doing that later this evening. I'm doing administrative council business to extend the BREED Act by 2 months.
That being said, ma'am, until that action has occurred, we have to keep it on the agenda.
Well, Mr. Rogers, we don't, because it will happen.
So we also have sign code, sign standards, a presentation of our CAFR, and then we have an executive session pursuant. And then we are working with getting the city manager's performance evaluation discussion also scheduled for the 27th of June. Or trying to.
Councilmember Grimes?
Could we choose a different day of the week? Tuesday evening in the next 2 weeks, possibly? Or Thursday or Wednesday, any other day?
Yes,
It
ma'am.
doesn't have to be on a specific council night.
It does not.
All right, then.
All right, I have a motion and a second to hold a study session on this Metro District ordinance in the month of June. Understanding it will likely have to be a special study session occurring outside of our regularly scheduled council meetings. Is there any other discussion?
Yes, wait, one other part to that motion, which is that the ordinance would return in 30 days for a vote.
It's a new amendment to the motion.
Okay, so I'm making a new amendment to my motion.
Okay, so now I have an amendment to a motion that the ordinance has to return within 30 days of the study session taking place. Is there a second? Councilmember Douglas?
I will second it. I'm not happy about kicking this can down the road.
I have a motion and a second to amend the original motion, making it so that it would have to be within 30 days that it is brought back for council for a vote. Is there any discussion on the amendment? Councilmember Madera.
Just have a question for staff. Is that going to be enough time to analyze some of these proposed amendments that are going to be brought up? Because I think some of these amendments are not going to be something that's internal. Rather, we're going to have to go out to experts, probably financial experts or outside counsel to review what the impact would be, with an amendment and without an amendment. For example, the mill levy adjustment.
So very fair points, and that was actually gonna be my question back to the council is, what level of external consultation with interested stakeholders on both sides of the coin, our community as it relates to our residents, the development community, Metro District, stakeholders that we've heard from tonight, as well as bond underwriting and working with our bond counsel, There's a lot of different voices in the room. They all have a particular interest, and they've all asked to have a voice at the table when coming back with any amendments for you all to consider. So trying to meet what the council's expectation, we need that direction about that level of engagement. If you simply want us to do this is what we've heard, this is what our professional opinion is, we can easily do that and turn that around in 2.5, 3 weeks, or in a month. But if you're wanting a heightened level of engagement, as you've heard tonight, that's going to take more time.
Yeah, I guess, that's my question is, do we want something like oil and gas where we made a committee and had people represent, both sides of the issues to really come together and hammer out some ideas and try to get to a compromise? Or do we want to just, have it come back in June and have basically one perspective to enlighten us? So that's why I'm struggling with this, to have it in June.
To be honest with you, I'll provide my professional opinion and allow for council to deliberate, but I think what we've heard tonight, once again, regardless of any side of the coin, we will come back in 30 days after that study session with that continued discussion with respect to those interested in our community wanting to voice their opinions, their concerns, their issues, or their thoughts on amendments.
Councilmember Grimes.
I had originally had my hand up to second, but I'll just comment on Councilman Madera's request as well. I agree there should be stakeholder engagement, although I do think that we could have staff provide a professional opinion in the next week and a half or two, and then make the decision at that point, if we aren't coming to some sort of agreement, to pursue additional engagement, both at the resident community level and financial impact and development and all those other kinds of outside stakeholders.
So if I may, just hearing this with stakeholder engagement and professional opinion, if we're maybe looking at this in maybe two parts, of having staff's professional opinion on fill in the blank, whether it is the mill levy adjustment, subordinate debt, once again, further clarification on the parent-child, that is something that we may be able to turn back around to you all in a very time-specific study session with a coupling of a more engaged discussion with our residents, with the development community, the Metro District, councils and whatnot, to be able to bring that back so that you're then getting that balanced discussion to be able to make an informed decision going there forth with a future ordinance meeting on the matter.
Councilmember Douglas.
I didn't realize I was in the queue, I'm sorry.
Councilmember Noble.
Thank you very much. I have to say that I'm embarrassed. I am so embarrassed to think that we have a multi-page ordinance that has come before the city council that apparently wasn't vetted with anybody, that apparently no one involved in real estate or metro districts or lending ever took a look at, or even residents, or that maybe the legal counsel that we retained knew nothing about metro districts when he put this together with staff. It's really a shame that we wasted everyone's time to not have an ordinance that was in place for all of us to vote on. I vaguely recall at the last meeting when this, not the last meeting because there was no public comment, but the prior meeting, that someone had raised the point that there needed to be stakeholder involvement. And when I asked staff if there had been stakeholder involvement, we were assured that there had been a lot of stakeholder involvement. So I agree with Councilmember Douglas. This is really more just a case of kicking the can down the street. We have done everything possible as a city to look at this in the last 2 years and certainly in the last 18 months. I mean, what were the credentials for the legal consultant that was involved in this, Mr. Hayter?
I'm not familiar with all the credentials of our outside counsel, but they've been certainly competent and adequately advised on the issues, certainly to my satisfaction.
And Mr. Rogers, could you tell me again whether or not we had any stakeholder involvement in preparing the ordinance?
To my knowledge, before myself taking this up in the last 18 months, we've had a number of different engagements with obviously our residents. I will share with you, our model service plan regulations and model service plan were posted on our website and were communicated through various digital and social media channels since November of 2021. We had made, I would say, our development community aware at quarterly developer and construction roundtables, and encouraged them to be able to submit comments and where they could find that documentation in order to be able to submit comments. So we've been engaging with our community through a number of different stakeholder meetings. There was also a meeting held, the exact date slips my mind, but also in 2021. Yes, sir, please.
If I can interrupt, Trent Robinson, management analyst. There was also a period of public comment for a month in December 2021. There were 70 comments received just at a broad level. Only 2 were from the development community. 68 were from residents of the city.
And did we take any of these into consideration? Did they affect the text of the ordinance in any fashion?
It's my understanding that those were brought forward for the council's consideration to give direction back to staff in crafting what came back before this body in February.
Yeah. For example, the discussion of parent-child metro districts spawned from that survey. That was a concern raised by a number of respondents to the survey. It was brought to council on February 14th, 2022, and the council discussion of parent-child metro districts was then incorporated into what was presented in early May.
Right. And what about the esteemed members of the Metro District Education Group? Were there comments included in the taken into consideration?
Not knowing who the 2 comments were from the development community, I would say we have started to have a heightened level of engagement with that community since the first meeting in May, or slightly there before.
Okay, and then on Thursday, there not only was there a full court press in terms of getting information out, there was even separate social media on this particular renewal of motion that just failed, which is a practice that has never occurred before in terms of social media. On any of our rescission votes or any of that. None of those have ever had separate social media notification.
I would say the action of a renewal of a motion is, in my time here, been atypical of any seated council, and understanding that this has been quite the dynamic conversation within our community. Like I said, on both sides of the coin, we took that extra effort to make sure that those who had voiced a concern, either in opposition or support, were fully aware of what might be coming back so that that voice could be further heard tonight, not necessarily directly on the matter because it was closed, but trying to, once again, provide transparency on the actions coming back. Once again, both for concerned residents and also for those who have and wanted to share their continued thoughts on what's been drafted. So
In that case, when we had the rescission vote, for example, on the Consolidated Development Agreement, there was certainly plenty of interest in that as well. When we had the vote that overturned the vote on calling up plats for 6 months, that too did not have separate social media notification, and yet it was something that had tremendous public interest. So I think that we need to make certain that we're using a certain amount of consistency, both in our arguments at the dais and in our arguments at the table. Thank you.
Okay, I have a motion and a second to amend the original motion that would require an ordinance be brought back before the city council within 30 days of a special study session to be held in the month of June. This is just on that 30-day requirement. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. That motion is going to carry unanimously. Also have a motion and a second to direct staff to have a special study session to discuss this Metro District Ordinance 2379 in the month of June, understanding it will have to be on a night outside of our regularly scheduled city council study sessions and meetings. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, say nay. That motion will also carry unanimously. Okay, we're going to move on to proclamations now. First up is the Men's Health Month proclamation. Mr. Gibson, would you mind reading the proclamation for us, please?
Whereas despite advances in medical technology and research, men continue to live an average of 5 years less than women, with Native American and African American men having the lowest life expectancy, and whereas educating the public and healthcare providers about the importance of a healthy lifestyle and early detection of mental health problems will result in reducing rates of mortality from disease, and whereas fathers who stay connected to their children and maintain a healthy lifestyle are role models for their children and have happier, healthier children, and whereas Men's Health Network worked with Congress to develop a national men's health awareness period as a special campaign to help educate men, boys, and their families about the importance of positive health attitudes and preventative health practices, and whereas men who are educated about the value that preventative health care can play in prolonging their lifespan and their role as productive family members will be more likely to participate in health screenings, and whereas the citizens of the city are encouraged to increase awareness on the importance of a healthy lifestyle, regular exercise, and medical checkups. Now therefore, the City Council of Commerce City, Colorado declares June 2022 be Men's Health Month in Commerce City and encourages all of our residents to pursue preventative health practices and early detection efforts throughout the year.
Thank you, Mr. Gibson. This time I'm looking for a motion and a second to approve the proclamation. Mayor Pro Tem.
So moved.
Councilmember Madera.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve the proclamation declaring June Men's Health Month in Commerce City. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously. Next up, we're going to move on to the LGBTQIA+ Pride Month. We'll invite Bianca Gonzalez de la Rosa, Secretary of the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Commission, to come forward and read the proclamation.
across the nation that specifically target our transgender and non-binary community members, all of which result in emotional and physical implications like suicide rates among transgender and non-binary youth being the highest in the nation's history, and increased violence against transgender women of color. And whereas the LGBTQIA+ community members and allies in Commerce City and across the nation promote awareness of these injustices and work towards inclusivity and equity for all gender identities and sexual orientations, despite these injustices, the LGBTQIA+ community continues to demonstrate their pride and fight for deserved equity in all areas and positively contribute to the nation and Commerce City in our businesses, schools, human services, and neighborhoods. And whereas Commerce City honors the contributions and tireless efforts of the LGBTQIA+ community and encourages residents to actively stand up against these injustices and seek knowledge about the diversity of all gender identities and sexual orientations. Now, therefore, the City Council of Commerce City, Colorado declares June 2022 the LGBTQIA+ Pride Month in Commerce City and encourages all community members to join in celebrating our country's diversity and create opportunities for equality and justice. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate you reading that and being here with us this evening. This time I'm looking for a motion and a second to approve the proclamation. Mayor Pro Tem.
So moved.
Councilmember Dara.
Second.
Have a motion and a second for the proclamation for LGBTQIA+ Pride Month in Commerce City. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Noble.
I had my hand up for a second.
Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Motion's going to carry unanimously. Would like to invite the council to come forward for a photo with the proclamation and our proclamation reader. All right, last up, we have the Juneteenth proclamation. We'll invite Mayor Pro Tem Alan Thomas to read the proclamation.
Thank you, Mayor. Whereas Juneteenth is a federal holiday that celebrates emancipation of last enslaved African Americans in the United States. And whereas on June 19, 1865, enslaved African Americans in Texas learned of their freedom and that slavery had been abolished. A full 2 years after President Abraham Lincoln signed the Emancipation Proclamation, which declared more than 3 million slaves free. And whereas freed slaves celebrated the news of their freedom through prayers, song, dance, and food. And whereas the following year, on June 19th, the first celebration was held that included clothing that represented their new freedom, prayers, spiritual songs, and a feast, a celebration that was held in other states and became a tradition within a few years. And whereas Juneteenth is now celebrated across the country through community marches, religious services, prayer vigils, educational events, family gatherings, and cultural events that include food, music, and dancing, while also providing an opportunity for for the nation to remember the impact slavery has had on the African American community and honor African American culture and those who continue to fight to end inequalities, injustices, and the struggles that affect African American community. Now, therefore, the City Council of Commerce City recognizes June 19th, 2022 as Juneteenth and encourages all residents to join in celebrating our country's diversity and create opportunities for equality and justice.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. This time, looking for a motion and a second to approve the proclamation. Councilmember Madera,
Make a motion to approve the proclamation.
Councilmember Noble.
Second.
Have a motion and a second to approve the proclamation declaring June 19th, 2022 as Juneteenth in Commerce City, Colorado. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Noble.
I don't have a comment.
All right, seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. The motion will carry unanimously, 9-0. We'll now move on to the consent agenda. The consent agenda includes items that are routine, procedural, informational, self-explanatory, and non-controversial. They are presented to council for a single motion and vote. Any member of council may ask to remove a specific item for further discussion and a separate vote. Tonight, there are 6 items listed under the consent agenda. Does anybody on council wish to remove an item off the consent agenda? Councilmember Noble.
Thank you. Yes, I'd like to pull the May 16th minutes.
All right. Any other requests to remove an item off the consent agenda? Seeing none, I'm looking for a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda as amended. Mayor Pro Tem,
So moved.
Councilmember Grimes.
Second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda as amended. Mr. Gibson, would you please read the title and take a roll call vote?
Minutes of the April 18th, 2022 regular meeting. Minutes of the May 2nd, 2022 regular meeting. Minutes of the May 9th, 2022 special meeting. Minutes of the May 23rd, 2022 special meeting. Ordinance Z-660-97-99-00-03-03-17-22. Second and final reading of an ordinance amending the Mountain View Industrial Park PUD zone document as previously amended for the property generally located at 9801 Havana Street and approving the Mountain View Industrial Park PUD zone document amendment number 6. Your vote is open.
All right, consent agenda as amended passes unanimously, 9-0. Councilmember Noble, you wish to remove May 16th minutes from
Yes,
the
that-
consent agenda. The floor is yours.
Yes, thank you very much. This is under administrative council business. There are 3 motions under administrative council business. All 3 were unanimous. Motion 2, which I made and was seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Alan Thomas, is complete. It explains what was changed. Motion 3, which was Mayor Huseman, seconded by Councilmember Hurst, also includes what was accomplished. But the first motion that I made and was seconded by Councilmember Douglas simply says to amend council policy number 2. It needs the content, the text of that amendment. Otherwise, there's no record of what we did. And there were 2 parts to that motion.
Councilmember Noble, would you like to continue this item so that staff has a chance to amend it and bring it back to us at the next council meeting?
I would like to continue this item. so
Great,
that
would you
they
make a motion to do so, please?
Yes, I would like to continue the May 16th minutes to the next meeting while staff corrects.
I have a motion to continue the May 16th meeting minutes to the next council meeting, so staff has a chance to add additional detail concerning administrative council business motions that were made. Mayor Pro Tem?
Second the motion.
Have a motion and a second to continue the item. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously, and the item is continued. All right, we are not doing the public hearing on Legato. We are not doing the public hearing on Legato. We are not doing the public hearing on 7001 Colorado Boulevard. We'll move on to ordinances on second reading. This ordinance was not approved unanimously and therefore was not placed on the consent agenda. It is ordinance AN-259-21-21-22 for the Can-Am annexation. Looking for a motion and a second to approve on second and final reading ordinance AN-259-21-22. Councilmember Grimes?
So moved.
Councilmember Madera?
Second.
Have a motion and a second to approve on second and final reading ordinance AN-259-21-22. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Noble?
Yes, I have objections to the way that this has been handled, particularly in terms of public notification. And the earlier speaker brought that to our attention again. This is something that was as large as she described it in October of last year. At that time, the current city attorney made 2 offers to the speakers who were waiting to participate in the hearing when they learned that it was going to be pulled by the developer. The audience was offered the opportunity to speak that night, or they would be recontacted to speak at the next hearing. I don't believe that any of those speakers were recontacted by the city. At that same meeting, Mayor Huseman talked about having these 4x6 or 4x8 signs. And I came back when that had not yet occurred, or in the early part of the year, I came back to the Community Development Department and I asked if we needed to make a motion to change the building code where signs are described that are supposed to be on properties. And I was told no, that a motion was not required to change the building code and that it would be accomplished by April 1st. That worked okay for me because that meant that those signs would be on the property prior to any vote on the Can-Am property. And instead, that wasn't accomplished. I don't, as I say, I don't believe that this has had adequate public notice and that I really want the people who were here in October to be re-notified. I would like this to see this continued to another meeting so that we can ensure that we are implementing Council Policy 20. And Council Policy 20 calls for us to have public involvement and public comment, that is what the council wants. Does anyone on the staff have an explanation about the notifications regarding the Can-Am project?
I would ask, excuse me, ma'am, I would ask in particular, what part of the public notice questions do you have?
3. One is, were the people from October who had spoken at the initial hearing that was continued because the developer pulled the project ostensibly to change it and come back, although it did come back with a gas station, I guess not the trucks. So it would be the people who were notified at that time were told that they would be re-notified when this was going to come up again. And then the fact that there were not signs that were visible. And the third is that the social media notifications that we did not include the fact that Can-Am would be on this agenda. And fourth, that the Can-Am project was put under the consent calendar when in fact it needed to be a separate second reading.
Okay, I will attempt to try to answer your questions in order, ma'am. So if I happen to miss one, please bring that back to me. Your first question with respect to re-engaging the concerned constituency from last October. It's my knowledge that we did not engage them. I'm looking at the city clerk. I don't believe we sent out any proactive email, but I may be mistaken.
So I provided a email to everybody that signed up for the October 4th hearing after it was continued on October 27th, letting them know that if they had previously signed up for the October City Council meeting to speak on the proposed annexation and zoning of Can-Am, that the hearing was continued to November 15th. I provided them with the Zoom registration and written comment information on how to meet those deadlines ahead of November 15th, as well as the link to the agenda website where we would post the agenda ahead of November 15th. Then on Monday, November 8th, I notified all of those that had signed up originally on October 4th and then notified on October 27th that it was continued to November 15th, that the applicant withdrew their petition or application in the land use case. No further action could be taken at that time and no public hearing would be held on November 15th. If the applicant refiled the petition or the application, additional notice would be provided and a new hearing would be held as required by law. If you had registered to speak on the public hearing, your Zoom registration would be denied for the November 15th since no hearing would be held, and that they may sign up to speak if a new petition or application is filed and a new public hearing is held. So everybody that was signed up to speak on October 4th was notified.
And they were not notified, though? They were notified that the meeting was continued, but not to when it was going to be held, actually held again. And that was a commitment that we made to the residents.
Okay. Moving on to the second question, ma'am, if after having heard that first question, I want to make sure that with respect to that, please refresh my memory, that was why it was about the public notice signs on the property, correct? You are correct. Staff had at the time made an assurance that with all good intentions that we would have larger signs that we would want to post on the property, which did not require an act of the council in creating new policy, not necessarily new policy, or standards within our land development code, that staff can move forward with that administratively. Due to unforeseen challenges and issues and being able to find the right vendor, to being able to meet our needs of doing the 4x8 signs, we have fallen behind schedule with being able to meet what we had initially thought that goal in April for Can-Am and other projects, as we continue to work out the various, like I said, challenges and issues with that, with relying on a third party. That being said, the posting of the property did meet the requirement for being able to hold the hearings as noticed within our newspaper and other notification and publication requirements for the first meeting in May and the meeting tonight. So while we endeavored and came up short, we still did meet the necessary posting requirements for a public hearing to be held. I would share with you with where we stood, and the question was raised earlier by the resident. We have all of the intention, and I'm looking at our community development director to confirm for me that we will have those larger signs. Obviously, it does not help for the night, but we will have those larger signs by the end of the month. He has given me a thumbs up. Once again, I know it does not address the matter and the issue tonight, but that is in response for the resident that spoke earlier today. The third item, you had spoke about the social media posting, and that it was not captured within the social media posting as like maybe other items that were noticed on the agenda. I would say our social media postings are a reflection, direct reflection of our agenda. And as you made mention in your fourth point about the item being placed on consent agenda, given that it was not a unanimous vote, we did have 2 nay votes on the annexation and 3 nay votes on the zoning. It being placed on the consent agenda was in error. One that we corrected after council member had made note of that and made note of that over the weekend so that we could take corrective action. However, that social media posting, which was reliant upon that base document of the agenda to be able to push out to the community. What I would say to that, ma'am, is that given the discussion that occurred on May 2nd, and obviously the request, the approval of resolution to approve the public hearing for May 2nd and June 6th, there was some form of communication, and for those, and to some extent, tracking the application, aware that it would still be coming forth to tonight's meeting. Once again, doesn't necessarily address the concerns that you raised, but the social media posting, in my mind, take it or leave it, is a redundant measure to what we are required to meet for public noticing and posting on the property to ensure that we are, once again, trying to reach a larger population or to reach the population in, once again, not our prototypical fashion.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. My issue is the fact that it was erroneously put on the consent and the original information about the agenda was posted incorrectly, that it was a second reading and then it was not corrected until today at 10 o'clock a.m. So I don't understand. We shouldn't be voting on it when the agenda was published incorrectly and social media posts omitted the fact that it was up for a second reading. Thank you.
Councilmember Douglas.
Thank you, Mayor Huseman. I would like to concur with Mayor Pro Tem Alan Thomas and Councilmember Noble. I would also like to express my concern when I'm hearing from the public that they are feeling like they are not getting the information and quite possibly being misled. And we are here to serve the residents of Commerce City, and they should have a say-so about their future. I also was very concerned when I looked at the agenda on Friday, when it came out late on Friday, with so many items on the agenda, as well as the fact that this was on the consent agenda. And whether it was an error or not, that was a huge error. And to me, that was one that should never have been made. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Is there any other discussion? I appreciate the comments of my colleagues. I particularly would prefer to continue this for 2 weeks out in order to allow the community to know that we are taking this second and final reading tonight. However, after conversations with our city attorney, he has informed me that we are under a timeline, and because the first reading was took place on a month that actually had 3 weeks in it, or 5 weeks in it instead of just 4, we would run over that time period. So the option of continuing would be in violation of our own ordinances and codes. Correct?
We're looking at the charter specifically and the zoning procedure in section 10.11 of the charter, which requires that you take action after the first reading on the zoning case within 30 days of that first reading, that hearing. And to continue tonight would push you beyond that with the related zoning case. So the zoning is forcing the annexation timing. Thank you, I'm sorry.
Thank you, and that's unfortunate. I'm not going to belabor the point, though. Have a motion and a second to approve ordinance AN-259-21-22. Mr. Gibson, will you please read the title and take a roll call vote?
Ordinance AN 259-2122, second and final reading of an ordinance annexing the property generally located at 9940 East 112th Avenue, Henderson, Colorado, to the City of Commerce City, Colorado, in case AN 259-2122, known as the Can-Am annexation. Your vote is open.
All right, annexation is going to be approved 6-3. We'll now move on to the zoning ordinance, which is ordinance Z-964-21-22. This ordinance was not approved unanimously and therefore was not placed on the consent agenda. Looking for a motion and a second to approve on second and final reading ordinance Z-964-21-22. Councilmember Grimes?
So moved.
Councilmember Madera?
Second.
Have a motion and a second to approve ordinance Z-964-21-22 on second and final reading. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, Mr. Gibson, would you please read the title and take a roll call vote?
Ordinance Z-964-2122, second and final reading of an ordinance amending the zoning ordinance and zoning map of the City of Commerce City, Colorado by zoning the property annexed as Can-Am annexation from Adams County I-1 and Commerce City I-1 to Commerce City PUD Planned Unit Development and approving its own document. Your vote is open.
Motion is going to pass on second and final reading 5-4. All right, we're going to move on to ordinance AN-260-22, the Eberly annexation. At this time, the record reflects the annexation agreement as modified at first reading of this ordinance has not been executed. The execution of an annexation agreement is required prior to annexation per section 21-3320, parentheses 1 of the Land Development Code. This time, I'd like to invite the applicant to step forward and address the annexation agreement.
Yep, it does. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council. My name is David Foster, here on behalf of the applicant. My address, 360 South Garfield, Denver, 80209. Appreciate the opportunity to speak to the annexation agreement. We have been working with your staff subsequent to the hearing, wherein which there were some additional off-site improvements that were suggested, recommended, asked for by City Council. We have, in conjunction with the annexation agreement, shortly after this conversation, and it's important to have the dialogue at the same time, we have a Metro District Service Plan that is coming before you. And so the Metro District, as you will see, has adopted many of the changes that have been considered in the model service plan that you've been discussing, at least publicly, since November. And in a moment, when we have the public hearing on the service plan, Paula Williams, Metro District Council, will walk through that in greater detail. The off-site improvements that are being asked for inclusion into the annexation wouldn't be improvements that would be allowable, permitted, if in fact we were already in the city. If we were working through a development agreement, I'm quite confident that your city attorney would say there's no nexus between the improvements that you are asking for us to make in this project and the impact that we're creating. He doesn't have to give his opinion right now. I'm gonna hope that he would say something to that extent. After giving it a lot of consideration and hoping again that the service plan for the Metro District, once you review it, will be approved, we're willing to accept those off-site improvements that total nearly $800,000 off-site improvements for this project. But there is a caveat, and it is a fair caveat, I think, especially considering the conversation that you've already been having tonight and have had for some time around metro districts and developers and cost of development and infrastructure. The off-site improvements that you're asking this one owner to take on are both unrelated to his project, but further, and what gives me some discomfort, and I think hopefully you as well, is these would be improvements that other developers would of course have to make when they develop their property within the city. And part of the project's development costs are for projects that are already in the process for development within the city. So what I understand to be the goal of this extraordinary request is to ensure that the improvements are made and that patchwork development isn't going to result in the completion of Blackhawk not being done and the signalization down at 96 not being done. And those are in large part the two extraordinary off-site expenses. What we've asked for in the annexation agreement is the opportunity for a reimbursement from the other developers who would otherwise be getting those improvements without having to pay for them, which we might disagree about a lot of things, but a developer shouldn't have a free ride on the back of another developer. And when you consider the fact that this is hopefully going to be in a metropolitan district, should those extraordinary expenses be borne by the 150 new residents within this community and within this city that aren't being borne by residents in neighboring communities? I just don't think the answer is yes. I think the answer has to be no. And so what we're willing to do, and gladly willing to do, and I want to make sure that you hear this, is we're glad to make that upfront expense to the city for these improvements and request that a reimbursement come back to the developer when those developments come into the city. And I have language that I can submit to the city attorney, to all of you. I brought copies. It's one sentence. So I worked hard to get it down to one sentence. But we would like that to be included in the annexation agreement for the reimbursement. The other issue, and I may as well raise it because I think it's going to be raised at some point, is we had also included some language that wasn't redlined when it came back. And so we found out tonight that it's of concern, and so I want to address it. The other issue is we requested that if these improvements, these off-site improvements that we have contributed $800,000 towards, are not completed within 5 years, that those dollars be refunded to the developer. Why? Well, two reasons. One is, if this council has the belief that this is an important off-site expenditure that needs to be done within the next 5 years, you have the money to do so. But if it doesn't get done in the next 5 years, what is the assurance that that money that the city holds is going to be used for the very improvements that you've asked us to pay for? And so it puts people on a timeline, and that's within the warrant, by the way. So we attached the 5 years to the traffic warrant for the signal down at 96th. We thought that was a reasonable way to accommodate the refunding of those dollars that are paid for in advance. So those are the issues as they relate to the annexation agreement that are part of this dialogue. Yes?
Mr. Foster, would you like to address the addition of Article 14 as well in the annexation agreement? Do you have that handy?
I don't, but hang on. I know what it is. Yes. So we've been paying attention, as you can imagine, to the dialogue about metropolitan districts in this community. And so we've added this condition whereby if a metropolitan district isn't approved, if the service plan isn't approved for this project, that the developer has an opportunity to withdraw their annexation request subsequent to this council denying a service plan for this project. So candidly, we've included that language in other annexation agreements, both in Commerce City and in other communities. It's never been as relevant, perhaps, as it is right now in Commerce City, but I wanted to make a special highlight of that. Mr. Hayter, is that satisfactory?
Thank you. Yes, please.
Okay.
I appreciate that.
Great. I think those are all the issues as they relate to the annexation agreement, Mr. Mayor. Happy to answer any other questions or even questions about what I've stated tonight.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that.
Yeah.
Does staff have any position based on the comments made by the applicant?
Mayor, the project manager is coming up to provide the staff's position with respect to the annexation language.
Good evening, Council. Andrew Baker, project manager. I know that you saw each other a couple weeks ago. At this time, staff does not support the additions to the 5-year sunset timing of payback of those funds. As far as the condition of the approval being tied to the Metro District, I would refer to my supervisors to provide further comment on that.
As you know, when this was initially discussed, obviously our focus with negotiation of the annexation of the property into the city and the contribution necessary in support of this project for the success and its long-term and longevity and stitching into the community, staff felt it was not appropriate to accept a condition that, depending on a number of different factors in the market, one, as we continue to work on, as you all know, our CIPP, we regularly schedule our CIPP, even today, out to 2027. So we start looking at those projects that we know that we have within, I'll call it the hopper, that we can start to marshal efforts towards the construction of roadways and or traffic signals. As it also relates, a lot of this will also potentially rely on other off-site contributions and or development of property that is not under the control of this developer, but others that may see their investment in the community at a different time frame. So, for instance, with the Black Hawk improvements, we have 2 properties that are currently sitting within the county that, while yes, they've expressed some interest to develop, they have not taken any credible step to want to develop and to come into the city. And we do not know when that could occur. Similarly, for the property along the property's fringe of 104th and Black Hawk right there, what we've coined it to be commons at 104th is at a high level entitlement. I won't speak into the matter because it will come before the council, but once again, we have no definitive timeline on when that project would move forward. So by putting a, lack of better words, manufactured 5-year time frame to which we don't have any justifiable or credible steps by others in being able to help build out those improvements. When time does come, let's say year 6, we now are left with trying to fill that gap where we have a project that had provided those funds, but without really looking at where the market may be trending or where development may occur long span, then yes. Now we're having to figure it out. If it was maybe a longer period of time, 10 years, maybe it's worth a consideration and a discussion, but within a 5-year time period, there's too many variables on the table with respect to when development will actually be triggered. Just knowing from a development perspective, it's taken rezones about a year, year and a half, 2 years to be able to get to a particular process, and then 4 to 6 months for a plat and the development plan, and you're at another 18 months before you're even pulling a building permit, or not pulling a building permit, but you're at a stage of construction. So you can see where there's a level of hesitancy in agreeing to a period of 5 years, knowing that it takes literally maybe 5 years in the making for certain projects of certain note, scale, and size to come to fruition.
Councilmember Noble?
Would there be another time frame that would be acceptable? Say 8 years?
That's a very good question, ma'am. I would say 10 years. If we have not figured out our CIPP long-term planning and understand whether or not those developments are going to pull the trigger within that time frame, I would say that that's an acceptable period that we as staff could accept.
So 10 years?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Councilmember Dare?
How long does development of this size typically take to build out?
So of Everly Place, sir?
Yeah, something with, that number of units and.
So typically we will see plats in this sense, which was submitted for the entirety of the development. You'll find that you'll go through, and this may also be worthwhile for the developer to weigh in. I'm speaking from our procedural perspective, but you'll find after a plat's been approved, they'll have to work through the backbone infrastructure necessary for initial acceptance, which will release model homes for construction. They'll begin selling off lots. So I would say you would see somewhere between 3 to 5 years, but I'm gonna have to rely on the developer to speak to that. Oh, I'm getting a head nod and a shake from, but typically 3 to 5 years, depending on where the market's at.
Yeah, and it's one builder here, so they're anticipating a 3-year build out of the entire site.
Okay, so really it would be like a 2-year sunset, because by the time they built out, we wouldn't really know the impact until, full build out. So is the 5-year sunset from full build out and all the certificates of occupancy been issued?
As it's currently drafted, I believe it is based on grading permit for the construction of the development. So as soon as they pull a grading permit, which I think procedurally, just for council to be aware, a grading permit can proceed exclusive from a building permit. So they can pull their grading permit 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, 4 months, 5 months, you name it, before pulling their first building permit for activity.
Thank you. I'm just trying to get a gauge of the reasonableness of this timeline.
Councilmember Hurst?
Thank you. Well, I think it's certainly reasonable to expect some reimbursement from something that should be on the back of another developer. I think the point of the discussion about Blackhawk was to ensure that this growth wasn't delayed by exactly what you're talking about. You have other properties that aren't in control, aren't in the, even in the city at this point. But, those impacts are going to be felt immediately when the 150 units are built. It's really a 2-lane road. And one of the specific things about Blackhawk is that under the easement, the power generation easement. No one's ever gonna develop there, and Xcel Energy sure the heck ain't gonna, pay to have 4 lanes and a sidewalk or anything like that, any type of trail connectivity, whatever the case may be. To me, that was the point of the ask, is to have it happen simultaneously. And really, the solution that I would be asking for is, what does that, what's the effort that needs to be made, and what's the compromise there that ensures that when we have 150 units go on the west side of Black Hawk, that those living on the east side of Black Hawk now have that same type of, they're not taking on that additional burden without road improvements. And that road needs road improvements to be able to handle additional traffic there. And will this solve all of the problems on Black Hawk? Absolutely not. Its connection back to 96th and the future developments that'll have to happen for that to go all the way from 104th to 96 are still out there. They're still being discussed. They're still being planned. They're still have to be built. So on the north side of Black Hawk, that's my biggest concern. Is as this development happens, if we're 10 years out and the development's done in 3, where's those 7 years gonna go? And those 7 years are gonna be 7 years of people on both sides of Black Hawk saying, this is a 2-lane road that's dangerous for the amount of traffic that's utilizing it. And so, to me, the compromise I'd be looking for would need to solve that.
Mr. Foster. I like your sentence, but I think actually your second sentence is it needs some work.
Okay.
The city shall reimburse annexer the amount of such future cash in lieu payments in total amount not to exceed $600,000. And I take issue with the word annexer there because here in a minute, you're going to stand at that lectern and ask us to approve a Metro District service plan. And you're going to tell us that that Metro District is going to be the one that has to fund that $600,000. So if there were ever a time whenever reimbursement would need to go back towards this project, it should go back into that Metro District coffer as opposed to going to the annexer.
Yeah, I frankly, and I'll have to look to Dan to talk through how that initial $800,000 gets paid, whether that is going to be in a cash payment from the annexor or whether it is going to wait for a bond for the Metro District. I don't know the answer to that. It could be annexor or assigns. It could be annexor or Metro District. I understand your point, and it's a fair one. But as we sit here right now, I don't know that we can answer how it's, maybe he can. Can I address, while he's coming up here to think about his answer, I want to address something that Councilman Hurst said, and I think it's a very fair point, and it relates back to what Councilman Madero said. You have asked for us to front this payment for Black Hawk because you determined that this was an important need for the community. And I view very much this payment being like a federal match or a state grant, where if you figure out within your own CIP budget how to fund the balance, you have this match to run alongside it. And to your point, because it was the one comment that I remember hearing from Planning Commission that was of concern, was Black Hawk from a neighbor. And so to the extent that you want that improvement made, you have at least the developer money that is in the bank in order to match, some CIP money, which you all control ultimately. Do you want to answer that other question?
Hi, Dan Sheldon, Miller United Real Estate, 6900 East Bellevue Avenue, Greenwood Village, Colorado, 80111. Thank you.
Okay.
Got me through it. To answer your question about the reimbursement coming back to the district versus the developer, we hadn't really contemplated yet what that stack looks like, but essentially, if we have $9.7 million worth of infrastructure, which is what the cost estimate for this project is, of public infrastructure right now, including this 800,000. You'll see here in a minute that our, practically speaking, our bonding capacity is for about half of that, maybe a little less than half of that. So the rest of it's coming from the developer. So how much of that should go back to the Metro District versus the developer? I don't know, maybe it's pari passu. If it's 50-50, it goes 50-50. If we have 60% bonds, 40% developer funded, it goes back that in that percentage. That'd be the best I could offer up. I don't know exactly yet what the bond issuance is going to look like if we are approved for a district, because the bond market is continuing to fluctuate every day, and the tools that are out there for financing this kind of debt are changing quite a bit right now. The market isn't quite there as it was 6 months ago or a year ago to finance these projects. So the amount of debt from a district keeps shrinking, which means the amount of equity that I'm going to be putting in keeps growing. Hopefully that answered the question.
In that case, I would prefer that the language state whoever pays for that is eligible for the refund. So if it ends up being it is developer fronted, that's fine, you can get it back. If it's fronted by the Metro District, then the money should go back to the Metro District.
100% okay with that.
Any other questions, comments? Seeing none,
You were talking about timelines. I just wanted to kind of weigh in on that. It just wasn't a discussion that we had based on the timing of, paper going back and forth. But if there is, a slightly greater amount of time, if you think it's 5 years, after the 3 years that we discussed, if you think it's 8 years, just having a deadline we think is important so that those dollars are used for the purpose that they're being asked for.
all right, I'm looking for a motion and a second to approve on second and final reading ordinance AN-260-22.
If I may,
Yes.
Your Mayor, Mr. Mayor, at this time, as you're aware, we need a execute annexation agreement for the annexation ordinance to be approved. And there's a number of things that I'd want to go back and work on with this proposed language too for the reimbursement, where I have questions that I believe might be vague and want to get some clarification and make sure that we can do this in the way that's been discussed. I think the language here might be a little bit overly simplistic for what we need to accomplish. And I cannot do that on the fly right now. So, in the absence of a signed annexation agreement with agreed to language, I'll leave it up to you as to how you want to proceed.
Looking for a motion to continue ordinance AN-260-22 until after the city attorney has had time to work with the applicant to come up with a agreed upon annexation agreement. Councilmember Noble.
So moved.
Councilmember Dara.
Second.
Have a motion and a second to continue ordinance AN-260-22 to give time for the city attorney to work with the applicant. Yes, sir.
And then we get into our zoning timing issue that Mr. Foster just reminded me of.
If I may, Mayor, would it make sense to continue the annexation, zoning, Metro District conversation to the end of the meeting and allow for some of the other items, which are presentations and reports, to allow for Mr. Hayter, and I'm speaking for Mr. Hayter, and Mr. Foster to work during that time to present that language back to the council?
I think the only issue with that is we are nearing the end of our meeting.
I think the only other option would be to, if it was to be continued at all, would be to Monday the 13th, which would still be within the 30 days of the first reading of the zoning ordinance, which I believe occurred on the 16th of May.
All right, how about pursuant to the city charter, the mayor has called for a special meeting to take place on Wednesday, June 8th. You got that, Mr. Gibson? Great. So this motion to continue would place all of that item on the June 8th agenda for a special meeting. Good with that, Mr. Madera?
I have Housing Authority. on Wednesday.
What time is that?
5:30.
5:30 to what?
What's that?
When does it end?
Typically like 7:30.
All right, so the meeting would take place at 8 PM. Yes.
Why can't we wait until the 13th and have a special meeting at the beginning of the meeting and then a study session following it?
The problem is we continue to push this stuff off. And as we continue to push it off, we continue to just push everything else. And so we already talked about why we can't do things on the 13th or the 20th or the 27th or whatever. At some point in time, we're going to reach the breaking point, and that breaking point is now. So we either have a special meeting that comes out there on an additional night so we can get this business taken care of and move these applications and land use cases forward, or we continue to just kick the can down the road and never have time to work on the items that we continue to ask staff to work on. So I'm at this point where one of two things is going to happen. We're either going to sit here till 1 o'clock tonight, or we're going to have a special meeting on Wednesday. I'll leave it up to the council to decide. Which would you prefer?
Is there room on the 13th?
Bear with me while I pull the agenda back up, ma'am. As it currently stands, what we have for next Monday, June 13th, bless you, is the urban renewal executive session and two presentations, community governance, emergency operations. That's slated to end at 8:30 p.m. currently.
And what is that Urban Renewal Authority executive session?
That is time sensitive for the formation of the Sand Creek Urban Renewal Area Plan.
So that's likely going to be a lengthy conversation that will exceed the time that we have specified?
We currently have it slated for 45 minutes.
We went in there for 20 minutes earlier, and we ended up in there almost an hour.
I have the utmost confidence of this body before me that 45 minutes should suffice.
All right, council, what do you want to do? You want to stay late tonight? Do you want to stay late on Monday, the 13th, or do you want to come in on Wednesday, the 8th? I'm looking for options. Councilmember Grimes.
Just curious, how long would the city attorney need to develop that language?
You know, Mr. Foster thinks we can knock it out in 10 minutes. I'm questioning that. I want to take some time to seriously consider it because this is a significant clause to make sure that we're doing the right thing with the reimbursement language. We have one property that is in the county and one that's in the city, and I want to make sure that we have an appropriate vehicle by which we could actually do that reimbursement and get that money back to them in a way where we're not going to be violating that other party's rights down the line, and some sort of taking from them. So I just want to get it right. I mean, that's my concern.
I personally would like to see us finish this tonight. I'm willing to stay a little additional to get that done. I can make a motion if that's of interest to council.
All right, I have one individual who is wanting to stay late tonight. Councilmember Ford?
I will agree with that.
All right.
I will agree with that and second her motion if she makes that into a motion.
Councilmember Hurst, what is your option?
I can be here for all of them.
Mayor Pro Tem, what's your option?
I can be here also.
Councilmember Noble?
We'll see.
Councilmember Davis?
Either or.
Councilmember Dara?
Whatever works for the body.
All right.
Excuse
Yes,
me, I
Councilmember
was in the
Douglas?
queue. Due to the complexity of this, I would like to see it on the 13th, please.
All right, well, majority of the council wants to get it done tonight, so give me 1 second, please. All right, I need a motion to amend the agenda, moving forward. Administrative council business, presentations. to now in the agenda. Councilmember Grimes.
I'm happy to make that motion. I'd like to see this come back before us when the attorneys are ready, though, not be pushed to the end.
All right. So originally, we said we were going to stay late and work on this and allow the attorneys to sit together and do this, and we were going to do other business items. Now you're coming back saying that you want to push this to another night so that the attorney has time to work through everything.
No, that's not what I said at all. I'd like, when the attorneys are ready this evening, I'd like that item of business to come before us at that time.
Okay, that's fine. Is that your motion? Yes, sir.
Just for a point of clarification, very quickly, obviously annexation agreement, then obviously the Metro District and the zoning item will be heard in succession the night after that? Okay?
Yes.
I would like to change my request also, and this be postponed, because I think this is, again, once again, they're just going to push something without enough information, and then are we going to get this reimbursement for Black Hawk Street improvements that was just handed to us tonight? Are we going to be given another version of it? So now I would like to postpone this until next Monday as well, because this is just something else that council is just at the last minute given, and we don't have all the correct information, and then we're going to have to stop and move on and then try to figure out what's going on again. So I would like to wait as well.
Councilmember Hurst?
I was hand up to second the motion to have it come tonight.
All right, I have a motion and a second to amend the agenda to move those items till after the city attorney and the applicant's attorney have had a chance to work through the annexation agreement. Is there any other discussion? Councilmember Noble?
Yes, and I wanted to express my concern that we are doing the Metro District Service Plan this evening. I had a discussion with Roger Tinklenberg last week about the fact that we had the new service plan and that this service plan is coming forward to us before we have the study session or work session on this topic. And I'm just not going to approve any service plans until we have service plans that are in compliance with our new service plan that shows all the reforms.
Councilmember Madera?
Yeah, I'm starting to have pause about, getting this all done today, because, that is a fair point being brought up, that we also have, several other aspects of this case to come before us, and the annexation is just one piece. And I hate to put, the city attorney on the spot here to have to work something out real quick at 10 o'clock at night, and then come back and, kind of hope and pray that's for the best. So, I think let's do Wednesday. I'll miss the Housing Authority. I'll let them know. The meeting might have to be canceled because there won't be city representation, but I just think that it's something that you have to do during the day when you're fresh, and
I can't be here Wednesday, just so you know. I can have somebody else here Wednesday, and we can work it out, but I can't be here Wednesday.
Can we do Thursday? Can we do Tuesday? Friday night?
Thursday, Friday.
All right.
Thursday, Friday works great for me. This Wednesday, I have a conflict.
Yeah, Thursday works for me better.
Okay. I have a motion and a second to amend the agenda, moving these items further in the evening whenever the city attorney is there. Seeing no other requests for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed, say nay.
Nay.
And that motion is going to fail 4-5. Okay, now back to Thursday night works for everybody? Yeah, sure, ask a question.
Thursday night doesn't solve the problem that council has brought up now. We're not going to have an ordinance for metro districts by Thursday night, so what's the point in pushing it to Thursday? That doesn't really make any sense. Like, let's do it tonight, or it doesn't meet the time requirements.
Looking for a motion and a second to continue ordinance AN-260-22 to a meeting. Yes, sir.
I hate to do this, but I feel like if I don't, we may have another issue. So since we last met, one of the family members has unfortunately passed away. I mean, that's the nature of this particular transaction, one of the Everly family members. And so we're tonight willing to forego this reimbursement in order to continue moving this forward because we have to close on this property because that's real life for this project and these property owners. We have to close on the property and we can't wait another 2 days or 4 days or a week. So we'll forego a conversation about reimbursement and we will hope that, and we'll forego the conversation about anything that's not already approved by the city attorney in terms of paying back in a certain timely fashion, hoping, of course, that the city does the right thing. That with these dollars, you make the improvements as you've suggested are important to you in imposing them on us, so that we can continue to move forward with this annexation, so we can have our conversation tonight about the Metro District that has been in and reviewed since May of 2021 under your model service plan that was in existence at that time, which we've received numerous comments on since May of 2021. And let's either approve it or not approve it, but let's continue moving forward on annexing and having a discussion on the Metro District and the zoning.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that.
And
Mr.
with-
Hayter, given those comments, do we have an approved annexation agreement that would allow us to vote on this at this moment?
I don't know, I think so. And also, we could always go back and amend the annexation agreement to try to address these concerns in the future and with an amendment. But right now, my understanding is that we have signed documents received today, but it did contain language in there, like the 5-year reimbursement and stuff that we didn't like.
Okay.
So we would have, if we execute it as signed right now by the applicant, we would definitely have to amend.
Okay. Looking for a motion.
If I may, Mayor, staff's willing to accept either 8 or 10 years if the applicant is willing to do that to be able to allow for us to have the proper planning for.
Yeah, 8 years would be fine.
Looking for a motion and a second to approve ordinance AN-260-22. Councilmember Grimes?
So moved.
Councilmember Hurst? Have a motion and a second to approve ordinance AN-260-22 on second and final reading. Is there any other discussion? Councilmember Grimes?
I hate to ask, but just for clarification, that includes what we just talked about with the timeline agreed upon between applicant and staff? It includes that, correct? Or are we only voting on what's written right now?
Right now, you're only voting on what's written now. This motion would have to be defeated, and then a amended motion would have to be made requesting an adjustment of that 5 years to 8 years.
Thank you.
Councilmember Madera?
I'd like to make a motion to make the amendment to change the 5 years to 8 years.
Have a motion to make an amendment to change the 5-year time period to 8 years. Is there a second? Councilmember Grimes?
Second the motion.
Have a motion and a second to make it 8 years. My question before we vote on that, is it already say 5 years in the agreement, or is this an inclusion of an 8-year time limit?
It already says 5 years within the
Thank you very
agreement.
much. All right, Councilmember Noble?
This is like really confusing. Are we not making use of what we see on the screen or this piece of paper? Which are we doing? I don't know what we're doing.
We are back to what you see on the screen, ma'am, with an adjustment of the 5 to 8 years.
Okay, then why isn't there anything about Blackhawk on it, on that?
Thank you, Andrew.
Just put up that section. Just switch it over. There's two.
There's no, there is, oh, I see.
Yeah, there's two sections.
towards-
Just-
okay, I
Just
see
move
it
the
now.
slide for you after you
All
ask
right,
the
I
question.
see it now.
All right, I have a motion and a second to amend the updated annexation agreement, changing the time period from 5 years to 8 years. Is there any other discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously. We're back to the original motion to approve ordinance AN-260-22 on second and final reading. Is there any other discussion? Seeing no other request for discussion, will the city clerk please read the title and take a roll call vote?
Ordinance AN 260-22, second and final reading of an ordinance annexing the property generally located at 10070 Potomac Street, Adams County, Colorado, to the city of Commerce City, Colorado, in case AN 260-22, known as the Everly Place annexation. Your vote is open.
Motion carries unanimously, 9-0. Welcome to the city of Commerce City. Next up, we have a public hearing for Resolution 2022-40 for the Everly Place Metropolitan District Service Plan. Tonight's final public hearing will be on the Everly Place Metropolitan District Service Plan. I will remind council to use the public hearing only to ask questions, but not to express opinions or indicate how you will vote. Council members are not to provide testimony if you wish to participate in the decision. To rely only on the facts developed in this hearing and in the record and apply those facts to the criteria in the Land Development Code. Per Council Policy Number 22, the mayor has the authority to limit testimony to a reasonable length of time to maintain reasonable equity of time for all positions on an issue. Given the late time of this meeting going right now, I'm going to limit that to 10 minutes on each side. Therefore, those in opposition and those in favor of the Metro District Service Plan will have a combined total of 10 minutes to be able to express their opinions. Mr. Gibson, can you please keep a clock going on that?
Yes, Mayor.
Mr. Hayter, would you like to address the city council?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. At this time, I'd like to ask the following. Is there any council member who cannot hear this matter and make a determination fairly and impartially based on the record before you and the facts and evidence as developed at the public hearing? Will the record reflect that no member of council has indicated an inability to be fair and impartial? Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, this time I'll open the public hearing, invite Trenton Robinson, Management Analyst, to make a staff presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Given the time frame, I'm going to on the fly amend this presentation as we go along. First, I want to start by addressing what is included in your packet for tonight. The first attachment is obviously the resolution that is being considered in front of council tonight. The second is the service plan as presented by the applicant. The next one is a black line, which means it includes edits based off of staff comment when it was reviewed in early 2021 by previous city attorney Robert Sheasley and his consulting team of outside consultants. The next is a service plan with those same comparisons, but this time compared to the previous model service plan that we've been operating under. Then there's the notice of public hearing to make sure that the applicant did comply. Then the staff presentation, and then the applicant's presentation. So what I will do here is I will try to quickly roll through the staff presentation and then invite the applicant to come up and do their presentation. You can obviously ask questions of me before they present and then ask questions there. So this proposal is for one new district. Thanks to the annexation agreement, it will be formed within city limits. The total estimated cost of public improvements is $9,700,288.55. The total debt issuance limit is the exact same. In this presentation, I'm going to skip the purpose of metro districts, as we have all received plenty of crash courses on that at this point. I'll review the contents of this service plan, and then we'll invite the applicant to come up. This is the vicinity map for approximately where this metro district would be located. As you can see, it's south of 104th Avenue, just east of Potomac Street. This proposed service plan includes approximately 34 acres for residential uses with an approximate build out of 385 residents estimated based off of 2.5 persons per residence. As I mentioned, the improvement cost matches identical with the debt issuance limit. There's a maximum combined mill levy of 60 mills. 50 will be the maximum debt mill levy, and then 10 will be the operations and maintenance mill levy. It is subject to adjustment, setting 2022 as the base year. The organizational costs and first-year operating budget are $50,000, and the developer is not to receive in excess of $25,000 in reimbursement for the organizational costs. The applicant's financial plan finds sufficient property tax and other revenues to discharge proposed indebtedness. This service plan does a number of things. It establishes general powers, including construction improvements. It does set a debt issuance limit. It sets a mill levy cap at that 60 mills. It does allow the imposition of fees according to Title 32. Reimbursement agreements cannot include compounding interest, and there's a fairness opinion on interest rates. It requires city council approval for modification, use of eminent domain, or inclusions or exclusions outside of the boundaries as laid out here. It does authorize the district activities IGA. The public benefit as laid out by this service plan is contributions towards the completion of Blackhawk Street, financing a regional detention pond, contributions towards an off-site traffic signal, provisions of road connections for future development sites, and regional water line extension identified by the city as critical public infrastructure. There are other components that I will lay out here. There is a restriction on IGAs with other entities without council approval. There is a 45-day notice for material modifications before they petition for the service plan amendment in front of council. There is an issuance of the annual report submitted by staff July 1st of each year, which includes all of the listed inclusions here. And there are additional transparency measures, including disclosure to purchasers, disclosure to potential residential buyers, annual notices as pursuant to Title 32, maintenance of a website, and all meetings will include a remote participation option. Metro District review criteria to approve the service plan, council must find A, there is sufficient existing and projected need for the organized service in the area to be serviced by the proposed special district. B, the existing service in the area to be served by the proposed special district is inadequate for present projected needs. C, the proposed special district is capable of providing economical and sufficient service to the area within its proposed boundaries. And D, the area to be included in the proposed special district has or will have the financial ability to discharge the proposed indebtedness on a reasonable basis. Based off of staff review, which has been conducted both by previous city attorney Robert Sheasley and his team, and also by the current staff members reviewing it, the proposed service plan does appear to contain the information required by Title 32 and to support a determination that the requirements of Title 32 are met based on the applicant's submission, and the applicant will present additional supporting information and financial analysis. Does anyone have questions of staff before I turn this over to the applicant?
Anybody on council have any questions for staff? Councilmember Douglas.
Yes, thank you. I saw that you had disclosure to potential buyers included. What would that look like?
Thank you, Councilmember Douglas. I believe that that is something that the applicant will address and can address that in detail for you. I believe they would be better to speak to that.
Thank you.
All right, seeing no other questions, we'll invite the applicant to come forward.
Again, good evening. David Foster here on behalf of the applicant. I will spend just a minute here and then introduce Paula Williams, who is the Special District Counsel. This was originally, as I mentioned, submitted back in May of 2021 with using the 2020 model service plan that we have reviewed, received comments on subsequent. I'm going to turn it over to Paula Williams to answer the Councilwoman's question on disclosures, but actually go through a much more detailed process on the service plan.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. Thank you, Trenton. I appreciate it. My name is Paula Williams. I'm with McGeady Becker, PC, and I am here to represent the applicant. Next slide, please, Trenton. I will run through this really quickly. I'm here. I have a number of different consultants that are also available for questions. Next slide, please, Trenton. So this very applicant is the applicant for the Can-Am submittal, which you just saw. And Can-Am came in, and there is no need for a district on Can-Am. So this developer doesn't form metropolitan districts just because the applicant didn't have a need because Can-Am is a commercial development, and the commercial is assisting with the public infrastructure. Eberly is a different story, and it has a specific need and a special need for a metropolitan district, and that's why we're here. Next slide, please. So this is just a quick layout. I will note that there is a lot of park and rec spaces, and we'll get to that shortly. So as David mentioned, we submitted this over a year ago, and I worked extensively with Mr. Sheasley and Mr. Bourgeois on the submittal. We were aware that the city was looking at amending its model, and we wanted to be responsive to that. And so while we are in compliance with the existing model, we have enhanced the provisions that we are submitting to address some of the city's specific concerns with transparency and protections for homeowners. And I'm just going to run through those super quick. We do have a cap on mill levies. We do have a provision that if the new model gets adopted and has a regional mill levy component, that we will comply with that. It has a limitation on the amount of time that debt can be outstanding before it discharges. It incorporates transparency and disclosure requirements, including written disclosures to purchasers, as well as requiring sales offices to display information regarding the district. We also have a provision that the district is to use reasonable efforts to go through the sales office on a quarterly basis to make sure that they are in fact complying with disclosures. We have an obligation to maintain a website. We have an obligation to have remote meetings, or if it's a physical meeting, it has to be no further than 5 miles from the district boundaries. And further, once we have residents, those meetings have to be held on weeknights during the evening hours to make sure that we can do our best to have resident participation. Meeting notices have to be posted on the website. We have significant annual reporting obligations to the city. There are remedies if we fail to comply, including injunctive relief. An external financial advisor review is required for any private debt. Interest on developer reimbursements is limited. And finally, we've got, before we can make any reimbursement to the developer, the district will engage an independent engineer to review all costs to make sure that they are for public infrastructure, allowed by the service plan, and that they are reasonable for the marketplace. I'm going to skip the what is a metropolitan district. Just on the why use metropolitan districts, for Eberly Place, it's going to be twofold. One, it's going to help finance some of the extraordinary public infrastructure needs that this development has, but it's also going to serve in lieu of an HOA. So in lieu of having two entities out there maintaining open space, lots of park and rec, we think that there can be efficiencies by having the district perform those services. So next slide, please. So a special district is governed by 5 directors, and they're elected. Once a resident moves in, That person, if they are registered to vote in the state of Colorado, is eligible to run for election. The state passed legislation recently that requires calls for nominations to be mailed and emailed to everybody who lives within the district boundaries. I'm going to skip ahead to the mill levy comparison chart. So what we're asking for is debt authorization that equals the amount of the public improvements. Although you will see our proposed issuance is less than that based on what the market is doing. And out of the proposed issuance, really, not all 8,230,000 would be available to pay for public infrastructure. A good portion of that would have to be put in a reserve account, capitalized interest, and pay for the cost of the bonds. So really, the amount available to pay for public improvements is considerably less than that. Next slide, please. So I just wanted to highlight on this map that Eberly Place will be consistent with all of the surrounding developments in terms of what its proposed mill levy would be, as well as the overlapping mill levies. I think you can see by this chart that it's essentially surrounded by metropolitan districts. This is traditionally how development has occurred within Commerce City, and it's needed for Eberly Place, given the high level of park and rec improvements, as well as the off-site improvements and the extraordinary regional infrastructure needs. Next slide, please. I'm going to go ahead and just highlight on this. Again, bonds won't be sufficient to pay all the public improvement costs. The developer and the home builder will absolutely have to have skin in the game. I'm going to skip all of the infrastructure slides. It's just highlighting the level of infrastructure that we are going to have to put in. I'm going to highlight that we have a capped mill levy of 10 mills for operations. Again, this district is anticipated to serve in lieu of an owners association. The mill levy is capped, and again, the property owners will not be subject to a separate HOA fee. Next slide, please. So some of the benefits of using a district in lieu of a homeowners association. While not all homeowners would be able to take advantage of a tax deduction, there may be a couple here or there. HOA assessments are clearly not deductible. Property taxes in potential circumstances could be. Property taxes are collected by the county, so they are much more of a secure revenue stream, and there's greater transparency. Next slide, please. So this project has extraordinary needs. It has a regional detention pond, irrigation lines, a portion of Black Hawk, as well as the traffic signal. Given the extraordinary needs and the extraordinary amount of open space and park, we believe that the need is there. We have crafted this to provide as many protections as we can while being able to finance the public improvements. Thank you very much.
Well done on the timing there. Does anybody on council have any questions for the applicant? Seeing none, Mr. Gibson, did anybody register to speak virtually on this matter?
Mayor Huseman, no members of the public registered to speak by the deadline, and no written comments were received by the deadline either.
Is anybody here to speak?
Mayor Huseman, nobody signed up to speak in person on the hearing.
Okay. Would you like to make any rebuttals, applicant, on the public comment that we just had? All right, we're going to close the public hearing. Looking for a motion and a second to adopt Resolution 2022-40. Councilmember Grimes.
So moved.
Councilmember Hurst.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to adopt Resolution 2022-40. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, will the city clerk please read the title?
Resolution 2022-40, a resolution approving the service plan for Eberly Place Metropolitan District and the related intergovernmental agreement.
All right, I have a motion and a second to adopt Resolution 2022-40. The title has been read. We'll do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. And that motion is going to pass 8-1. Okay, we're going to move on to ordinances on second reading.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, ma'am.
I just wanted to make one comment.
Okay.
I wanted to thank the applicants for the map of all of the mill levies in the different service districts, and we will use that when we do our work session. Thank you very much.
All right, ordinances on second reading. We have ordinance Z-971-21-22 for the Eberly Place zoning. Looking for a motion and a second to approve on second and final reading ordinance Z-971-21-22. Councilmember Grimes.
So moved, Mayor.
Councilmember Dara.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve on second and final reading ordinance Z-971-21-22. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, will the clerk please read the title and take a roll call vote?
Ordinance Z-971-21-22, second and final reading of an ordinance amending the zoning ordinance and zoning map of the city of Commerce City, Colorado by zoning the property annexed as Eberly Place annexation from Adams County A3 to Commerce City PUD and approving its own document. Your vote is open.
All right, motion carries 9-0. Okay, now I need a motion and a second to extend the automatic adjournment of this meeting by 30 minutes. Councilmember Grimes?
So moved.
Councilmember Hurst? Have a motion and a second to extend the automatic adjournment of the meeting, taking us to 11 p.m. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously. Automatic adjournment is now 11 p.m. We'll move on to administrative council business. Per council policy, except for emergency or unforeseen items, council members are encouraged to submit administrative business items by the Tuesday before the meeting with another council member's endorsement. Do any council members have administrative business items of an urgent or unforeseen circumstance? Councilmember Noble.
Yes, I would like to make a motion to extend the BREDAC meetings through August 30th. That would be an additional 2 months. The Blue Ribbon Economic Development Committee members believe that there are 2 areas that they would like to have further investigation before they have a report back to the City Council. One of them is more information about opportunities in South Commerce City. And the second is more information about other economic development and commercial development from other economic development and commercial development experts.
Councilmember Grimes.
I would second that.
I have a motion and a second to extend the BREDAC by a period of 2 months. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Noble.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I didn't cancel my request.
Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously. Is there any other administrative council business? Seeing none, I have one item I'd like to bring up. Would like to make a motion to direct staff to set a date for the 3rd week in August for the next Metro public hearing to come back before the City Council. Councilmember Dara.
Second.
Have a motion and a second to set the 3rd week of August for the next Metro public hearing to come back before the City Council. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously. We'll have that on the 3rd week of August. All right, next up, we have presentations. We have the Environmental Planning Policy and Oil and Gas Monthly Update. We'll invite Dr. Rosemary Russo, Environmental Planner, to make the presentation.
Good evening. I'm just bringing up my presentation. Hopefully. Okay, I realized the time, so I'll go through this quickly. I'm here again for our environmental planning and oil and gas updates. I just wanted to start with a reminder that the EPAC has gotten our cadence, and the EPAC members are doing some amazing work in terms of drafting goals, community-wide goals for air quality, greenhouse gases, and water and waste. So those are the sectors that we've addressed so far. And then an update on the Suncor information and exceedances. And so right now, I know different members of council had different preferences for how the exceedances were presented. So now on the city website, there is a link to several different formats. So there's all the historical, so these are different tabs in the database. So there's all the historical data, there's exceedance reports by certain pollutants, there's data about emission codes, and then there's select exceedances and the corresponding readings from the community monitors. And then also what we added was all the NPDES water violation information. So again, this is an example of just one of the tabs. So this is in your council packet, but again, it's on our website now. So you don't have to go to the state, or you don't have to go to Suncor's, and it's in different levels of detail. I've also been doing some analysis on emission hours and different sources of emissions. And so this is really help, this is to help with sort of regulatory work and to be more transparent, to make it easier for people to understand. So again, this is just a different format, exceedance hours, parts of the plans, and different pollutants. I was asked to give some information about the May 9th fire. It's still being investigated by the state. There weren't any injuries. Basically what happened was a vapor line was damaged, and it caused a flange to separate. And so there was hydrogen and visible emissions. I'm also on that database. We are putting information about water quality. And so this information, you probably all know, there's different bodies that classify water, and different regulating agencies that look over the permits. And so what's coming up and what I've been working on are rules 31 and 38 about how water is classified. That's an issue that the city is working on. And again, that will cover how you classify the stream is really affects what goes out as point source pollution. And then again, there's non-point source, which is much harder to categorize. And so a lot of pollutants in any receiving water body are affected by non-point sources. So on the right-hand side, again, this was information that I was asked to upload to the website. And so this is for the Suncor's permit. And so there weren't any exceedances. This next one is just sort of a snapshot of the condition of Sand Creek and South Platte River. And so basically the part that is of concern are the pink areas. Those are areas where a certain pollutant is exceeding their limits. So like cadmium, E. coli, nitrogen, phosphorus, these are ones that are above what the receiving body should be. And so that's when regulators go back and look at people's discharge permits. And then for oil and gas, there's not a lot other than the city is just waiting on the applicant to respond to a letter that was from back in July. So that is all I have this evening, but I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate that presentation, for you staying that late this evening to be with us. Does anybody on council have any questions? Councilmember Noble?
Yes, thank you very much, Dr. Russo. I counted 53 exceedances in the first quarter of 2022, by the way. When we had a spreadsheet, that would have been pretty glaring. Also, at the Memorial Day Parade, I was fascinated to see that Suncor was out with its fire department. They have 50 people on their fire department. My understanding from one of the fire committee meetings that we had is that Suncor doesn't really allow South Adams Fire to come on its property. I think that when there were trucks sitting at the gate, those were actually South Adams Fire Department trucks, and they can't come on the property because Suncor does their own firework. It's really pretty fascinating. As for Sand Creek, there needs to be a very big distinction here. Sand Creek is not drinking water supply, but it is most definitely irrigation water supply for Commerce City. And the report that Earth Justice put out was correct with that one singular change, which is that it's irrigation water supply, not drinking water supply for Commerce City. And I know this specifically from the attorney for South Adams Water and Sanitation District, as well as the head of South Adams Water and Sanitation District. When we had a meeting a couple of weeks ago, it was something that we discussed. So I do want that distinction is made, that we make sure that we're talking about drinking water versus irrigation water when it comes to Sand Creek.
Okay.
And also the Platte, because I know that they have water storage in wells all over the place. So I think it's called a water, oh, wait, I can't remember what it's called exactly. But anyway, there is one in Sand Creek, and that was the one that was working at 12,000 gallons a day or something. That's irrigation. That's for Commerce City.
Yeah, I've gone through the Westwater, and I've gone through about a third of the one that just came out last week. And so maybe a study session, or at the next month, we could really, if people want more information about either one of those technical reports, I think it's probably more suited for a study session.
Are there any other questions? Seeing none, thank you again for your time this evening, ma'am. Appreciate your work.
Thank you.
We're going to move on to the board and commission term limit discussion. We'll invite our city clerk to introduce the presentation.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and members of the City Council. Tonight we have a presentation on board and commission term limits. I'm going to be brief due to the late hour. In mid-2021, an active PRG Advisory Commission member's term was expiring. It was their second consecutive term, and per the founding resolution 2016-12 for the PRG Advisory Commission, they were not allowed to reapply to continue serving on that commission. Realizing this was the only board and commission to have a defined term limit, staff brought the situation to the attention of the Boards and Commissions Subcommittee, who wanted to address term limits and get feedback from current board and commission members. Deputy City Clerk Jordan Roberts implemented a term limit survey and sent the survey to all active board and commission members. Out of approximately 158 active members, 81 responses were received, a response rate of roughly 54%. When asked, do you feel that term limits hinder public participation in city boards and commissions, the majority of those responses disagreed with that notion or were indifferent. When asked, do you feel there should be term limits for board and commission leadership positions, the majority of responses were in favor of that. I will note that leadership positions such as chair, vice chair are to be determined by the boards and commissions themselves per the Commerce City Charter, and that is through their bylaws. So if board and commission want to put term limits on their leadership positions, those board and commissions would have to amend their bylaws to implement those leadership positions. That's not something that this body would be able to do. Thirdly, when asked, do you feel there should be term limits for all board and commission appointments? There was a moderate amount of support for that question. When asked, how long do you think a board or commission term itself should last? The responses were split between a 2-year term and a 3-year term. And when asked, how many terms should somebody be allowed to serve? The majority of those responses were a 2-year term maximum consecutively. So the city council is able to amend the term limits for certain boards and commissions, and that would be the Citizens Public Safety Advisory Board, the Derby Review Board, the DEI Commission, the Housing Authority Board, the PRG Advisory Committee, the Senior Commission, Veterans Commission, and Youth Commission. The city council cannot have the term limits adjusted for the cultural council, as those are set by their articles of incorporation, the planning commission, which is set by charter, the quality community foundation, which is set by their bylaws, and the zoning board of adjustment, which is also set by charter. We have tracked every board and commission vacancy and every board and commission application since I started with the city back in early 2018. And as you can see, we have never had an instance in which we've received more applications than we've had vacancies on our various boards and commissions. From a program management standpoint, I would recommend not moving forward with set board and commission term limits until we reach a time such that we start receiving more applications than we have vacancies and we are turning away people from serving. So we are looking for council's direction. Does council want all applicable board and commissions to have term limits? Or would council like to remove the term limits from the PRG Advisory Committee? What we're looking for is to make all board and commissions consistent. That way there are not exceptions to what we're trying to do, and it's easy to track board and commission terms and term limits. If you want to move forward with term limits, how many terms should somebody be able to serve consecutively? Draft documents were provided in the packet for discussion and can be made ready for action at the next regular meeting for City Council. With that, I'll open it up to any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gibson. Does anybody on council have any questions for staff? Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, thank you, Dylan, for the presentation also. Just have a few questions. Like if I have constituents trying to get on several boards for years, I definitely feel it should be limited to like 2 consecutive terms. But my question is, if an individual has already served several terms on any board or commission, when would this be affected if they've already served like 2 consecutive terms already?
It would be effective after the ordinances and resolutions were in place. So let's say, for example, a member has already served 3 consecutive 3-year terms, so 9 years, and they wanted to reapply. That 10th through the 12th year would be their first consecutive term after the change went into effect, and then they could serve again for that 2nd consecutive term if you wanted to move forward with that.
Okay.
It would be near impossible for us to track historical or retroactive commissions, and if somebody extended beyond that, we'd have to then ask them to remove, which could create issues of quorum among the boards and commissions and lead to certain boards and commissions not meeting quorum and impact their ability to do business.
Okay, thank you. And then I do like the DEI term resolution that you had also. And then, like, when I served on several boards before I was on council, like the KIPCAC, it was required that certain board members be, and certain board and commission members be from like certain areas of the city, like from the south and the north. So how could that possibly, drafted into the ordinance could that be possible? I know before you mentioned some people don't apply, but what can we do to, is there a way that could be possible? Because some of the boards don't have representation from both the south and the north.
You can certainly put that ward requirement in for a certain amount of members per board, but I will say that KIPCAC was dissolved a couple years ago specifically because it wasn't meeting quorum because there's low interest. And the ward requirement was a significant factor to that. Same thing with getting the Blue Ribbon Economic Development Advisory Committee up and running. It was challenging for us to recruit appropriate members for that committee from the south of 88th portion. We had plenty of applicants for the north of 88th portion, but recruiting those core city residents proved challenging. So, from a program management standpoint, putting geographic locations as a requirement in boards and commissions can often impact, again, quorum and participation applications. What we've started to draft in these ordinances and resolutions creating your boards and commissions is that the Board and Commission Subcommittee and the City Council as a whole will strive their best to appoint members from various backgrounds, including economic, socioeconomic, race, religion, and location within the city. So that is a goal outlined in most of these newer boards and commissions that the council does look for, and the Board and Commission Subcommittee does look for applications from all over the city and not just appoint members specifically from one region or another.
Okay, because I just would like to add that it continues to be, ways to reach out to people in the south areas also to serve on these boards and commissions. So just wanted
100%,
to
Mayor
add
Pro
that.
Tem. In our the city clerk's work plan for 2022, one of the goals for Deputy City Clerk Jordan Roberts is to continue to recruit from the south of 88th portion of the city for our boards and commissions program. The ordinance you approved on first reading for reappropriation, providing another assistant city clerk for our office will free Mr. Roberts up from a lot of the agenda management duties and giving him a lot more free time to do more community engagement and board and commission recruitment with that. So that will be something that he is excited to continue to improve and get out into our community, reaching out to those prospective applicants.
Okay, great, thank you.
Councilmember Douglas.
Thank you. I wasn't paying attention as good as I should have. And there was a slide that you had like the Cultural Council and I believe it was, Planning Commission. So the term limits would not apply to those boards or?
You cannot modify the terms or term limits for those boards or commissions. For Planning Commission and BOA, that would take a vote of the entire city to approve a charter amendment to modify the charter, which outlines the Planning Commission and BOA terms and term limits. Cultural Council is a separate entity from the city, and in their articles of incorporation, it states that the City Council may appoint those members, but those articles of incorporation lay out their terms and term limits, so it would take a vote of that Cultural Council to amend their terms and term limits. It's not something this body could do, and that would be the same for the QCF as well. Those are set by their bylaws, so the members themselves would have to amend their bylaws in order to change those terms and term limits.
So there is no term limits would be no term limits for the Planning Commission, so those people could just continue to serve as?
They could, but I want to remind council that the boards and commissions subcommittee members do a very good job of interviewing every applicant that comes through and reviewing their qualifications, where they're at in their city and their past experiences. And they make nominations of this full body for appointment. So if you ever reach a point where you have an active and engaged member, but you want a fresh perspective on that board or commission, this body does not have an obligation to reappoint any member for any more than their 3-year term. And you also have the ability to remove any member at any time.
All right, thank you.
Councilmember Noble.
Thank you, Mayor. What was the motion that the Boards and Commissions Committee unanimously approved and brought forward?
I'm not certain of the specific motion, but my understanding was that the Board and Commission Subcommittee wanted to bring this topic to a full discussion for the full City Council to weigh in on, with the recommendation that boards and commissions move to a 3-year term with no more than 2 consecutive terms, if I remember correctly in my discussion with the Deputy City Clerk.
Right, and actually on May 16th, one of the motions that we approved during the administrative council business was to vote on this as opposed to anything, because the four of us on the boards and commissions had agreed to the term limits.
Certainly. And I
I'd
just
like
want to
to,
remind
I want to
Councilmember- okay.
finish and move to another thought. This made me look at Planning Commission and Zoning Board of Adjustment. So I read the charter, and I see nothing in the charter that allows them to continue beyond their terms. There's nothing in the language that allows anyone to serve beyond 3 years, 1 year, or 2 years.
Certainly, there's no limit on how many times they can be reappointed in the charter.
It doesn't speak to that at all.
Correct, which means there's not a limit, which means that the Board and Commission Subcommittee can make nominations of the full body to reappoint members, and this full body can choose to reappoint members or not.
It would seem to me then that every one of them needs to come before the boards and commissions
They
to
do.
reapply. No, they don't. They don't.
Every member, whenever they reach expiration, they have to submit a new application, and the Boards and Commission Subcommittee reviews those applications for reappointment, and they also receive a reappointment checklist from the staff liaison, which outlines that person's attendance. It outlines if they're a productive member of the Board or Commission. It outlines if they caused any trouble to staff or their other commission members, if they were disruptive. And then it also comes with a recommendation from that staff liaison whether or not they would recommend that the council reappoint that member. At that point, it's up to the subcommittee to choose whether or not they want to call that member in for a interview for reappointment. And then from there, it's up to the subcommittee to choose whether or not to nominate that person for reappointment. And then it's up to the full city council to either appoint that person or not reappoint that person.
I would appreciate that we see the full list of the Board of Adjustment Commission members, their terms, as well as the Planning Commission members and their terms at the next Board and Commissions meeting.
Sure, we can provide rosters. And I just want to circle back on your point about the direction from the subcommittee. I just want to remind council that we take direction from the majority of council, not from 4 members on a subcommittee. So that's why this was brought back for the full council to provide staff direction.
That would be absolutely accurate. I simply wanted to make the point that it was discussed in boards and commissions and that 4 of us agreed to something. And is that anything that you could provide to the city council as part of the package?
Certainly, and that's what we've done. We provided information, and whenever the majority of council would like to decide something, we'll take that direction and implement that.
All right, any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much, sir. Appreciate all the work you put into that.
Mayor Huseman, would council like to make a motion to either implement term limits for all applicable boards and commissions or remove the term limits for the PRG Advisory Committee? We're happy to institute either one, but we would just like consistency across all the boards and commissions from a program management standpoint.
Councilmember Noble?
I'd like to make a motion for term limits for in the language that the boards and commission brought forward.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to implement term limits on our boards and commissions using the language brought forth by the Boards and Commissions Subcommittee. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Madera?
Yeah, the only problem I have with this is I'm on several commissions and boards where we can't get enough people, and the people that are participating and, would like to carry on, a lot of the times they stay on because those seats go unfilled, see it, the Housing Authority, on the Veterans Commission right now, where people get appointed and they start dropping off almost immediately, after you get a few months in and they find out that it's a working board and the time commitment that it takes. And so we're constantly cycling through people where a lot of them aren't even making their first term, let alone a second. And so that's why I struggle with this, is just, we're going to have some boards that are really going to be hurting for board members.
Councilmember Ford?
I was going to bring up the same points. It would be different if we had a lot of people applying, but because of lack of interest in serving on these boards, I think we're doing ourselves a disservice by putting these in place, because the active members of our community will term out and will increase the number of residents that don't have an interest. So I would prefer that we don't do this.
Councilmember Grimes?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I serve on boards and commissions subcommittee and was supportive of bringing this forward to the full body. However, after the city clerk's presentation and understanding that there's really not enough interest to continue filling those seats, I won't be supportive of the motion tonight.
Councilmember Noble?
I wanted to make the point that the motion included the fact that if there is no one in line to come into that spot, that person stays there. So it's not like they have to leave. It's that they hold that for 3 years. But if we want to be able to have as many people participate on these boards and commissions as possible, and if there is more interest, such as the Planning Commission, it's important for the Planning Commission for those to be brought before the boards and commissions so that we know that folks have reached the end of their term. And if there is anyone waiting, and we need to keep advertising each of these different areas. I was at the Senior Commission Senior Resource Fair on Saturday, and the flyer that's put out has maybe 5 or 6 commissions and boards on it. And I said, I would love to put this up in various places, but I can't highlight the Youth Commission when it's also showing with someone else. I want one for the Youth Commission, and I know where exactly I would put it. So I think there's ways that we could be recruiting that we're not recruiting at the moment. But the idea behind the motion that the boards and commissions worked on, and I'm sorry you're not remembering that, is that if there are vacancies and there's no one to fill that spot, that person continues on. That's how the ordinance, the draft ordinance reads, that is in our packet. So it's in our packet with that language. So no one is forced to leave if there's no one waiting in the wings. The whole idea was to take into consideration what council members Madera and Ford are bringing up. We addressed that. It's been a while. This took a while to come before us, so I think we're forgetting a little bit what happened.
Councilmember Hurst?
I'll be brief because Councilwoman Noble just discussed kind of what I was going to get to as well. The idea was never to push people away, because we've talked about that over and over again. It's hard to tell somebody no who wants to continue to serve our community. We all respect that and want to continue to advocate for that. I think after listening to Dylan's presentation, maybe we were really trying to say there needs to be change in the voice. At times, a lot of times on these boards and commissions, you'll have somebody who's willing to step up and take a leadership role, and then that person's voice kind of becomes incredibly strong for a long time, like a decade. We're just trying to make sure that those that are participating have the opportunity to have their voice heard and continue to do that. So in all fairness, I don't think we were really ever trying to push anybody away. We in practice, already have been implemented where we needed on the PRG, we extended for the same reason we discussed. We need that participation. We need to make sure that we're hitting quorum, which we've missed a couple times on PRG recently, and so it was important to keep that person who was still interested involved. And so really, I think that's the flexibility we're looking for, is that when you have maybe a popular board that has a waiting list, we need to make sure that we have a mechanism in which new voices can be heard without, the need for the drama that could go with that. And so, you have this term limitation on that and allow for that turnover to happen appropriately. So I don't know if there's a compromise because it sounds like we're all on the same page. We just want to have consistency.
So Mayor, if I may, one of the things that Deputy City Clerk Jordan Roberts will be bringing back to staff liaison,
Sorry to interrupt you. Need a
Oh, I
motion
see
and
the
a
time.
second to extend the meeting by 30 minutes. Councilmember Dare,
So moved.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to extend the automatic adjournment of the meeting by 30 minutes. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Motion carries 7-2. Go ahead, Mr. Gibson.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be very brief. Councilmember Hurst, to your point, one thing that Deputy City Clerk Jordan Roberts will be bringing back to the staff liaisons that can adjust their term limits for their leadership positions is asking their board if they're interested in amending bylaws to implement those term limits for those leadership positions to 1, 2, 3 year, however that board sees fit. So that way you are cycling out those leadership positions moving forward.
Yeah, sorry. Wrong button. Yeah, thanks for that. I think that's at least the core of what I think we were trying to get at. Moving forward, that seems to be the important piece for us to focus on. So if we can find a way to do that, that would be best suited, I believe.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And along the same line as what Councilmember Noble and Councilmember Hurst mentioned, it was just we wanted this to happen in order. We hear continuously certain boards and commissions. There is a lot of residents in the community that are waiting for certain boards. So we just thought it should have a term limit, and that's why we wanted to bring it to before the mayor and the whole council. Thank you.
Councilmember Dare.
Just a question or point of clarification. So does this apply for council members too that get reelected? They have to get off of their committees if they've been on it for more than 6 years?
That's an interesting question. I would say that the intent behind the change is for appointed members and not necessarily for council members, but we could add some language in there that it's for regular voting members and alternate members and not council members, if that's the desire.
I mean, just asking based off of what I'm reading here in the ordinance.
Councilmember Douglas.
Actually, I think that would be a really good idea because I think sometimes you need fresh faces. So I really support this. I think it's, you've covered all your bases on it, and I think there's no reason that we shouldn't do this because it provides opportunities for people to move into positions if they'd like to, and if there aren't people to fill the positions, they still have the opportunity to stick around. So, and even if they aren't on the board of the commission, they can still be involved. So I think this is a really important issue to bring forward. And I think that you've covered everything, so I think this is a job well done.
All right, I have a motion and a second to implement term limits on boards and commissions with the caveat that if nobody has applied for the position, then somebody can stay past that term limit. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed, say nay. Motion's going to carry 8-1. 7-2. All right, council reports. Is there any other? No, council reports. City Manager, Acting City Manager Rogers.
Thank you, Mayor. I will try to step through this rather quickly. Out of the city manager's office, Pure Strike Development, which is the hotel developer for Mile High Greyhound Park, has submitted the PUD permit last week. So that is under review. And we anticipate that should take between 4 to 6 months for us to get through that process. I would also like to share that we have also from Oakwood, based on the reunion town hall, received responses to the Metro District questions as of late last week, and our community relations staff is currently working to get that up on our website so we can make that available to the community. With respect to community development, We currently have 501 residential permits that have been submitted so far through this year, and we've issued 497 in note. And we have well over 16,000 building inspections year to date, being halfway through the year. Department of Housing has seen an increase in its city Section 8 housing vouchers, up from 169 to 205, with an expectation increase up to 250 potentially by the end of the year. Public Works has received a $9.6 million grant to advance preliminary engineering NEPA right-of-way acquisition with respect to the Christie Award for US 85 at 120th grade separation interchange. Senator Bennett in Hickenlooper's office has submitted a number of projects for the FY23 federal budget, including the 88th Avenue and Rosemary Street improvements, which is for $2 million, Vasquez and 62nd, which is another project being supported for $4.75 million. Public Works staff is currently overseeing, as you all may have remember, received an email from me as it relates to the winter die-off within our various parks and other open space areas. Staff is currently attempting to address that by overseeding currently turf die-off areas in Frontera, Turnberry Parks. We are evaluating each park site to see what other parks will be needed for overseeding due to that winter turf die-off. Public Works also installed the Veterans Memorial Park Veterans Commission plaque last week. And lastly, PRG received an Adams County open space grant in the amount of $100,000 for fit court improvements, $9,700 for an e-bike program, and $1.89 million for the Second Creek Farms neighborhood park. The city has also received smaller grants from Tigers Fish and Wildlife to increase capacity for outdoor youth programming. And that concludes my report.
Thank you, Mr. Rogers. Anybody on council have any questions for Mr. Rogers? Mr. Hayter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Included in your packet tonight is a easement and settlement agreement that the city has worked out with Mr. Hammer with regard to the property owned by him between Brighton Road and 80 and Highway 85, south of 104th Avenue. While there's been a number of ongoing issues with regard to that property and city activities and other things in that area, one of several we hope we finally resolved at no cost or expense to the city. There was a sewage line that we had built that is dedicated to the South Adams County Water Sanitation District. And after that was completed and dedicated, it was determined that there's a possibility that a small part of that is outside of the designated easement. So Mr. Hammer had filed a claim against the city and the water district. We finally resolved that with a payment of $1,500 from the water district and a modification of the easement. Because of the towing agreement that was associated with this, we needed to get that done and executed. So at my request, City Manager Tinklenberg executed that agreement, and I let the parties know that that would only be effective upon your ratification of that. So tonight, I'm looking for a motion and a second to ratify the City Manager's signature on that easement and settlement agreement dated June 1, 2022 that's in your packet.
Councilmember Grimes?
So moved.
Councilmember Hurst?
Second.
I have a motion and a second to ratify the city manager's signature on an easement and settlement agreement dated June 1st, 2022. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously. Anything else, Mr. Hayter?
That's it this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other council members wishing to make a report? Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Just wanted to, I sent a email earlier this week to the city manager, Mr. Tinklenberg. Just wanted to thank all the city staff, extra staff that came out and helped for the Memorial Day Parade. I got nothing but positive feedback from the residents and everyone that participated in that event. And like I said, the city staff, it was really nice seeing everyone out there working extra hard. And they really enjoyed the mayor's idea of having the food trucks and the music at the end of the parade also. So just wanted to let everyone know about that. And then real big kudos also, this is the first year that the Senior Commission held a senior resource fair last Saturday, and that was a big success. A lot of the seniors were really happy, and it was really neat to see everyone get involved. And there was a lot of free stuff for the seniors, and just seeing the participation and the excitement. My father's a senior, so he went with me, and he even really enjoyed himself. And then I also went to the DEI meeting last Wednesday, and that was really nice also to see the things that we're starting to do within the community. And that's all I have for my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilmember Davis.
To back up the Mayor Pro Tem, everybody I talked to at the parade had a wonderful time, was really excited to see it coming back. So my hats off to everybody that put that together. Also, Michelle Claymore and I attended the Rotary Club meeting last week. Michelle spoke on economic development within the city, and with Councilman Ford and Michelle and myself there, I think we made up about 15% of the meeting population. So the city was well represented that night. That's it.
Councilmember Noble.
It turns out I'm a real sucker for parades. That was really fun, and it really turned out well. There's a lot of logistics and moving parts to it, so great job on the Memorial Day Parade, and a wonderful ceremony as well that I know the Veterans Commission played a big role in, and I really appreciate that. I'll just echo what the Mayor Pro Tem said about the Senior Commission Senior Resource Fair. They threw that together very quickly. We're going to have a much fuller report on it later because they actually wound up with a lot of sponsors as well, so they brought in money. And I hope it becomes an annual event that seniors look forward to and can participate in.
Councilmember Ford.
I just wanted to thank the Veterans Commission. I think out of all the years I've been at the parade, the ceremony was one of the best that I've been at. I think the mayor's remarks hit the spot, the new plaque. So I'm really glad that the Veterans Commission was enacted and they operate the way you expect them to. But I really appreciated the ceremony out of all of it. I thought it was a great tribute to those who have lost their lives protecting our country. So hats off to the Veterans Commission. I also wanted to thank Michelle Claymore for showing up at Rotary and doing a presentation with Councilmember Davis. I know the Rotarians that were there appreciated it, so I'll leave my comments at that. Thank you.
Councilmember Douglas.
Thank you. So I love the Memorial Day Parade. It was awesome. And I also want to recognize the Veterans Commission for playing such an important role in making that day really special. I want to congratulate this year's Grand Marshals. I wish I had their names with me. It was really special meeting them. They were two great guys who really added to how special this year's parade was. And I loved riding on the float with your dad, Mayor Pro Tem Alan Thomas. He's a great guy. So that was, oh, and your family as well, Council Member Hurst. So that said, that was great. Then I attended the 27J joint meeting with the city on Tuesday evening, and I will be joining them on their committee to, I guess, we're going to be working on getting passage of the bond so that we can pay our teachers and staff so that we can continue providing great public education. I also wanted to say that there was a report that came out from the UN, and it finally recognized the critical need for us to get off of fossil fuels. There was also a report that came out from Washington today from President Biden, and we are going to be investing in clean energy manufacturing. So if anybody would like a copy of that report, I think that's great that we move in that direction, and so wonderful to have the people in Washington understand the urgency. The last thing I'd like to do is to recognize the fact that we've had so many mass shootings lately. And I'd also like to suggest that we revisit the decision to be a sanctuary city from the red flag law. Tom Sullivan, who lost his son in the Aurora Theater shootings, he's now a state representative. He worked very hard to get that law passed. It's an important law, and I see no reason that we should opt out of that. We should be supporting that. We have to recognize the urgency here. It's a situation that's out of control, and it's very sad and unnecessary. So I think we should look at that again. Thank you so much. I appreciate being able to do this report.
Councilmember Hurst.
Yeah, I just want to echo my fellow council members on the appreciation for the effort put into the Memorial Day Parade by city staff, by the Veterans Commission, by all that attended. It was really good to see that event get back going after the pandemic. And I'm really excited to see the growth of the parade again, and then the event that took place just after the parade with the concert. And hope that grows in the future, because my family thoroughly enjoyed it. My family thoroughly enjoyed spending time on the float with those that were mentioned, throwing candy, doing all that fun stuff. It's a really good experience, I think, for everybody in the city. So appreciate that. The 27J meeting, I think, is a really good one for us to continue to have. It's informative, bring up some both positive and positive news and some things that we need to focus on moving forward as the city continues to grow. 27J has some very interesting boundaries. Similar to us, they have challenges because of how spread out they are and kind of how the growth is happening in different areas that are pretty far away from each other. And so just advocating that we continue to build that relationship and keep it strong, because I think some of the challenges that they are facing right now is trying to comply with the state order for Adams 14. And so we want to be very supportive of both school districts, and in that process, trying to understand the 3 school districts that are going to come into play with the Adams 14 discussion. So I think those are all very relevant topics. I think the 27J meeting last Tuesday was very informative, and I appreciate everybody for attending.
All right, thank you very much to all the staff, all the participants for the Memorial Day Parade. I think it was phenomenal, and appreciate everybody putting all the effort into it. Thank you, Mr. Nieto, for coming out and being the MC for it again. Thank you to the Veterans Commission for all your work. It was great having you as part of the Planning Commission. Thank you, Councilmember Hurst and Mayor Pro Tem, for your participation in the Planning Commission for the Memorial Day Parade, and just everybody that made it a success. All the police officers that were out there ensuring a safe event, all the Public Works employees, Parks and Recreation employees that had to come out and do that, as well as Travis in Community Relations for getting everything set up. Just appreciate all the work that went into that. Also participated in the joint meeting between us and the school district, and hopefully we continue that positive relationship that seems to be working very well there. That is it for reports. We will now adjourn the City Council meeting and call the NIGID meeting to order, and ask the Secretary to call the roll.
Chair Huseman.
Present.
Vice Chair Allen Thomas.
Present.
Board Member Madera.
Here.
Board Member Davis. Board Member Noble.
Present.
Board Member Hurst.
Present.
Board Member Grimes.
Present.
Board Member Ford.
Present.
Board Member Douglas.
Present.
Chair Huseman, you have a quorum.
Thank you. First up, we have approval of minutes. Looking for a motion and a second to approve the minutes. Mayor Pro, or Vice Chair,
So moved.
Board Member Grimes.
Second.
Have a motion and a second to approve the minutes. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously. Move on to public hearings. Ordinance NIGID 180-22 for inclusion of 9940 East 112th Avenue. Tonight's first public hearing will be on the inclusion of the property at 9940 East 112th Avenue. We'll open the public hearing, ask if anybody on the board has any questions for staff. Seeing no questions for staff, do we have anybody sign up to speak?
Chair Huseman, we had one member signed up to speak, but they are no longer in the meeting.
All right. Anybody in person to speak?
Chair Huseman, no members in person signed up to speak.
Any written comments?
Chair Huseman, no written comments were received by the deadline.
Is the applicant here to do any rebuttals? Seeing none, close the public hearing. Looking for a motion and a second to introduce by council as seated and approve on first reading ordinance NIGID 180-22. Board Member Madera.
So moved.
Board Member Grimes.
Second the motion.
Have a motion and a second to introduce by council as seated and approve on first reading ordinance NIGID 180-22. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, will the secretary please read the title and take a roll call vote?
Ordinance NIGID 180-22, first reading of an ordinance including certain lands described generally 9940 East 112th Avenue into the City of Commerce City Northern Infrastructure General Improvement District at the request of Quick Trip Corporation and United Development Companies, LLC. Your vote is open. Mayor Pro Tem and Councilmember Douglas.
All right, motion carries 8-1. All right, next up is NIGID 181-22 for inclusion of 10070 Potomac Street. We'll open the public hearing. Does anybody on the board have any questions for staff? Seeing none. Mr. Secretary, is anybody registered to speak virtually?
Chair Huseman, no members of the public are registered to speak virtually. No written comments were received by the deadline, and no members of the public in person registered to speak on the public hearing.
All right, is the applicant here to do any rebuttals? Seeing none, we will close the public hearing. Looking for a motion and a second to introduce by council as seated and approve on first reading ordinance NIGID 181-22. Board Member Grimes?
So moved.
Board Member Hurst?
Second.
Have a motion and a second to approve on first reading, introduced by council as seated and approve on first reading ordinance NIGID 181-22. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, will the secretary please read the title and take a roll call vote?
Ordinance NIGID 181-22, first reading of an ordinance including portions of certain lands generally known as Eberly Place PUD located at 10070 Potomac Street, Commerce City, into the Northern Infrastructure General Improvement District. Your vote is open.
All right, the motion carries 9-0. That concludes all the business we have for the NIGID and for the city council. We are adjourned.